tagline now. Asking. It's actually an idea I should have done, but
I thought you did do it. That's why I offered.
I didn't actually. I think I did it for like the first couple, and I authoring. Although I totally could have because I do little blurbs, so it would make sense. I don't do things that as you all can attest.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can all attest to that, right?
Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbidian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we're playing yet another episode of Star Trek Adventures, Second Edition, Star Trek Return to the Frontier, a 2E Star Trek Adventures tale set in a earlier time, in a simpler time. But don't worry, we'll manage to get ourselves killed. Apparently, we're going to find out if Dr. Tweer and Lieutenant Inverni can solve a zoological mystery before Chief Artana's phaser burns out, because apparently I'm going to shoot everything. GM's correct, but I feel called. I throw the baton over to our GM.
It's all yours, Doctor.
Chief Medical Officer's log, stardate 0182.0. The Andromeda has just landed on Vendar 3. I have reviewed the records from the colony here and am beginning to understand the extent of the situation, which has grown quite dire. The colony is being overwhelmed by swarms of migrating creatures called Hakip. Zoological records note them as four-legged, warm-blooded creatures with an average size of 115 kilograms. Though the population of agitated Hakips number in the millions, they are charging at the colony in small numbers, hurting both colonist and Hakip alike. Obviously, this has the potential to be disastrous for both the colony and the local wildlife should these small groups consolidate into larger waves. The use of ship's weapons has been broached, but the governor has warned of unforeseen ecological consequences, and given my own background, I must agree. While the captain directs the situation from the colony's square, she has tasked me and Lieutenant Inverni with finding the cause of the attacks. We're currently setting up the mobile xenozoology lab and should be ready to start taking samples soon. My hope is to uncover a cause to this soon, before the damage to both the colony and the local biosphere becomes irreparable. End log.
We will start with this being a 3-threat game, which amounts to 15 threat.
Yeah, it's taken me a minute to find Tweer's voice, but I think I got it.
And we go to a small, secluded emergency xenozoology lab that has been set up out of temporary structural materials and consoles that are normally stored away in the A deck of the Andromeda, where we find Dr. Tweer and the science officer, Lieutenant Inverni, the doctor's assistant, Corman Conway, and the governor of the colony, Governor Nomar Binwala.
Can we get that name spelled out?
You could.
I like to imagine that like these little terminals are like TOS style terminals, but they're on like, oh god, have you ever seen like those keyboard stands?
Standing desks.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that it's like you wheel in the consoles or something, and then you like plug a couple of them together to make a mission related
Thing. Cool.
console.
There's definitely a way to like fold some of these up into like, a very large briefcase.
But all very 60s. Oh, hang on, let me get that name.
So Governor Binwala says, I have just come from speaking with Constable Guadalupe, and your captain. The situation seems stable at the moment, but we will need to work quickly. Any information you need from the colony's records, I'll see if I can provide it.
Indeed. Especially any information from the earliest attacks would be appreciated. We need to be able to start tracing this activity as far back as we can get it.
So, you should see at the very top, there's a handout called Scene Guide. Right now, you have the traits you set up last week.
Yes.
I'm going to introduce a couple more. Well, not for this scene, but I am going to introduce an extended task for this scene, which is to stop the herd from overrunning the colony. It's 20, a progress track of 20, difficulty 2, resistance 2, and you get 1 breakthrough at the 10th point, and I think you get 1 from finishing. Let me double check that.
Oh, so it's 10. It's on 10 progress and not 5.
No, there's always 2 breakthroughs, one halfway through, and I can't remember if the other one is at the end or like 90% of the way. I'm double checking when the second one comes.
But is it still if you get 5 or more in one go?
Nope,
or...
because you're never going to have a task with like 4 or 5 breakthroughs. It's always 2 breakthroughs.
Oh,
so you don't need the multiple.
Okay,
And
interesting.
not all extendeds have breakthroughs. That's at GM.
It's a GM discretion. Yeah, it's 272. An extended task has 2 breakthrough spaces. The first will be halfway along the track, and the second will be 3/4 of the way along the track.
Yeah, so at 10 and at 15. And
oh, and they could be bad things too. Yeah, it's a breakthrough. Well, something could happen here.
well, no, I think breakthroughs are good. What you're looking at is extended consequences, which instead of breakthroughs have setbacks, which are always bad. That's the extended consequences is like a timer to bad things happening.
Oh, okay. So like you could say like at every point something happens, the animals destroy a building or something.
It's when you know what? Put a pin in it. We may or may not have one that comes up.
Okay.
Interesting.
Anyways.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Do we know what the task role is, or is that going to be context dependent and like different people or what?
I'm open. The floor is open to the two of you to suggest or think of ways to approach this.
Well, I think first matter, of course, should be to acquire a living specimen to perform a surface level medical scan and biopsy. And look for medical irregularities. I will also need to acquire any zoological data of the Hackips from before these attacks began.
So, the governor opens a communicator and says, Sinval, please bring the Hakip who damaged the infirmary here. And you hear a quick report back over the comm, and a few minutes later, a large Vulcan man brings in on a grav sled the remains of a Hakip who managed to kill himself by ramming a building.
Jeez. Well, I would have preferred a live specimen, but if this is what we have on hand immediately, I will not begrudge the additional data.
He says it has only killed itself in the last few hours.
Yes, that should be that should be a good place to start. However, depending on the nature of what is aggravating them, it may be something we can only observe in an active metabolic system.
He says, I'll let the constable know in case one gets close enough that it can be stunned.
Very good.
Conway is going to step forward and try to examine the cranium. Do they possess like horns or like a hard cap or any other structure that would make this ramming possible?
They have tusks.
Okay.
So it's
So
like boars.
Yeah, so Conway's going to say, um, if they possess the proper anatomical structures to engage in such rammings for purposes of dominance and such, then it might not be an illness that struck them, but a misapplication of the behavior. Maybe they simply have understood the colonists as some kind of threat to their position in the ecosystem, threat to their territory, their mates, whatever, and are they are attacking the colonists in an attempt to say this planet is theirs.
It might be more simple than that. Try to find out if they're migratory, perhaps. And it may happen that the colony is unfortunately placed.
So why don't y'all choose one of these thoughts and the other two can assist by actually rolling something related to their own suggestion as y'all try to debate and discuss the most likely avenue to search first.
Well, I think first things first is I think we want to rule out any this just being like a natural byproduct of wrong place, wrong time. How long has this colony been here?
First settlement was predates the Federation.
Oh, so it's been here for a while.
Yeah, over 100 years.
Okay. Well, I think that kind of rules that out because this has been here for a while. I feel like
Depends how long lived the species is and how large the continent is.
Yeah, so
Governor Benwala, how long has the settlements that are under attack been around? Are these recent settlements or new settlements?
That's what the roll is for.
Okay.
Yep. Choose one of these thoughts to trace down, and then we'll resolve it that way.
That
Yes.
sounds like a sort of a research thing. So that might be more Inverness.
Oh, it sounds like we are chasing down the migration one first.
If you're chasing down migration, then I would give that insight science. Because although it might be migratory, the question is not whether it is migratory, it's whether its migration seems relevant to this issue.
Sure.
And you'll roll that. The other two of you can assist by rolling an assist a different assist as you eliminate a different pathway or bring to light a different pathway. So if Tuir can help looking at the migration issue, but if you have something else Tuir thinks should be chased down, you should mention it.
I think Tuir is mainly going to focus on, well, and now in this case, this autopsy.
Then you can give me control medicine.
So is this a full task or is this an assist?
No, you're assisting. It's just you're assisting by eliminating
in that
things
case,
that Inferni is looking
in
at.
that case, I will wait and just assist Inverni with the same insight medicine thing.
That's fine. You can do that as well.
All right.
You can roleplay Conway fine, but are you activating him to use in a role?
Do you want an assistant, Doctor?
What's the it's difficulty 2, right?
If
It's
you don't need him
difficulty
yet,
2.
don't feel the need to activate him yet.
Yeah, I think we'll activate him if we need him.
Mm-hmm. In that
Like,
case, Conway will take a secondary role, observing and writing down notes rather than actively participating.
Research assistant.
Yep.
Does the lab help with this
Potentially.
role?
Yeah, you so the lab itself is going to bring the difficulty down to 0.
Oh, so we're just generating momentum now.
Oh, lovely.
Yep.
I was going to ask if rapid analysis is a focus potentially. Given the rather seemingly urgent nature of things.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, oh, yeah, I really can't just make 3 cups of coffee and take my time with this, huh? By hand, not by machine. I don't.
Naturally.
Yeah, naturally. Yeah, and I'm just complication checking here, really, mostly. What does this one do? I didn't realize I was part of an expedition until just earlier, and I actually have a thing called Expedition Expert. Let me double check this.
That's something you need to do basically now.
Yeah, let me just double check what this is.
Also note the momentum generated helps for impact. So if you have 2 momentum after the more momentum you generate, the more impact you can pile on the task in one go.
Yeah, that would have required momentum before we got down here in the first place. So
yeah, fine. But I didn't. So that's fine because you're gonna. This is kind of a game's expectation of the way we're gonna play and the way we're actually gonna play. You will spend many episodes already on the away mission. So I don't feel the need to stringently hold to that. As long as you do it at the begin. If I start you out on the planet, just do it at the beginning of the episode.
Just say that it's there. Okay.
Which in this case, I will probably have to accept threat because you're rarely going to have the opportunity. You're never going to have the opportunity to spend momentum in an episode like this because the episode started with you at an away mission. Right. So I'll take the threat if you want. Otherwise,
I don't believe we're expecting to have to navigate terrain.
We might.
We might. Okay, so yeah, I'll spend 2 threat then, and what it does is it gives any member of the away team a single reroll on a d20 to navigate terrain or circumnavigate a hazard or obstacle.
Because whatever the issue
circumnavigating a hazard and obstacles is going to be more important than the terrain.
Yeah.
Yep. The away team may re-roll a total number of die in this way equal to your science rating. So 4 dice.
Oh, wow.
4 rerolls.
Yes.
Yeah.
For 2 threat, which you may have. Sorry, I entirely forgot I had that until I was like, let me double check.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's,
No. When we played the Challenger, the first game I ran like this, Inslee had a science officer that took that, and it came up a couple of times. He was always trying to find out how much he could get out of it.
yeah, I
Yeah,
could
he was in about half that game, and it came up in about half of the episodes he was in.
I could see it becoming a thing in like if we discover that whatever is causing this is like an actual phenomenon that we have to travel to the source of it to find out more.
And it
We
applies to
might have
everybody
to
too.
travel. Huh?
It applies to everybody. That's super powerful.
And I will just hit this button here, and there we go.
And looking for that assist.
Yep. Just waiting for. There we go. That's 3.
3 on 0. Look at that.
Just a moment. Second.
I will let you manage it. I'd rather do that than me manage it.
Yep, it's one less thing for you to worry
Actually,
about.
Names on my roll 20. I'm gonna refresh real quickly.
All right, 3 momentum gained in Vernie. What is your science score?
4.
So, just by succeeding, with the resistance of 2, you are doing 2 progress.
It's not the most amazing business there, so
You can add 1 more impact if you spend 2 momentum.
impact being what?
The progress that we're doing.
Okay,
You're doing,
but
I should say.
because piercing isn't a thing anymore, or
Yeah.
in whatever it would otherwise be, whatever it got changed to.
Nope. It's the only thing you'd really spend momentum on directly related to extended tasks is additional progress, but you could also spend it to create traits that might affect the task in other ways.
You're peeling back the
Okay.
resistance, I suppose. Spin it or something, or make it easier. I would assume.
Yeah, you could try to create a trait that makes the task, that alters the nature of the task. Just keeping in mind that traits aren't always just what you ask for. They can be applied negatively too.
Mhm.
So
I think we'll leave it at the moment until we know. Oh, actually, we don't know anything about the research project as it is at the moment because we didn't get anywhere to do anything. So it's it might just be good to have momentum for other people at this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can tell you it'll be very good for me.
Yeah.
No breakthrough yet, but Inverni's preliminary research shows that the colony is about 8/10 of the distance from the biannual feeding grounds on the way to the biannual mating grounds. So they've covered about 80% of the distance to get to the mating grounds for this half of the year, which passes by the colony. It doesn't pass through the colony, and it doesn't. The mating ground isn't the colony.
Okay. And I presume this happened. You said biannually, so this happens with enough regularity that
Twice a year, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
they pass by 4 times a year, right?
yeah. So something's up. Like
Something is causing them to go through the colony as opposed to around it like they have before.
yeah, like there is clearly something causing this that is not just the course of normal migration. There must be another factor.
All right.
Could
While y'all continue looking into that, we shift.
What was that? Was a noise.
And you go down by 1
Owl.
momentum. And we arrive at the west end of the colony, where Captain, you and Senior Chief Thal are addressing the ship's company on the how you plan to defend this side of town. Your ship doesn't have enough personnel to defend the colony, but luckily the colony is large enough to have its own militia. After some conversation with the constable after arriving, this section has turned out to be the worst for the attacks so far. So you're best placed here.
Can I ask what the symbols on the map mean?
Yeah, the boxes are first of all on the wrong layer. Second of all, that's a
Mood.
that is a
In there.
temporary wall constructed from structural materials that the Andromeda carries,
Okay.
along with supplies, ship supplies. Out here are markers that denote dangerous proximity to alert y'all when an attack is coming. They also serve to mark the difference between medium and long range, where close range is something that's actually getting up on the wall with you.
And I assume the colony is back in
It is
that
back
direction. Okay. Then yeah, she's going to clear her throat and say, "Attention, crew of the Andromeda. I know this is not part of your typical day-to-day duties, but defense of colonies is an important part of any Starfleet officer's overall mission portfolio. And all of you are trained in operation of a phaser. Keep in mind that these are not hardened Klingon warriors you are going up against, but simply wild animals carrying out what they believe to be proper per their instincts. We will stun them unless we immediately and urgently need them to go down for self-preservation reasons. We will stun them and we will relocate them to a more safe area after the fact. I have my full confidence within you, and you should have full confidence within yourselves.
So I've added a handful of traits to the scene. First one, herd of millions. It's hard to make much progress in the defense of the colony when at any moment for each Hakip struck down, 1,000 can take its place.
We're facing 1,000 to 1 odds right now.
Well, so your ship has 18 people. The colony has about 40,000 people living here, and there are millions of them. If you've ever seen like an interpretation of like circled wagons being shot at, by like Comanche warriors or something, right? Think of that like this, right? There, you can looking from space. There are a herd that numbers in the millions. kind of circling around, and occasionally small groups will break off and charge in. It has somewhat created a dust cloud that you almost can't see beyond the herd when you're without sensors. You also have the trait ops team, because the ship's full. Although you can't activate all of the NPCs, right? You can only have 2 of them roll because of your ship's crew support. Because of the dire nature of this mission, the ship's full ops complement is here, the ship's full engineering complement, and the ship's full security complement. Unlike normal, these traits have specific effects. So the security team can be used to increase the severity of an attack. The ops team, they are actually pretty multidisciplined, so they are just a straight change in difficulty. The engineering team can help with creating other traits, or on certain tasks they may affect the difficulty. They're not necessarily going to help you shoot better because they only receive basic combat training, but I'm sure y'all will find other problems. And because they're double the size of any other team you have here, they have an increased potency.
I'm sorry, but you have been naming a lot of things. You have this written down so we can keep track of it.
Yes, all of the traits are tagged in the scene guide at the top of
Thank you.
Roll20.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so one thing you didn't mention is the high atmosphere sonic boom. What is that doing right
now? For at least this first scene, you'll see Hakip seem to be disorganized and fearful.
Okay.
Something.
Very unnatural noise they probably heard.
Okay, well,
So, why don't you go ahead and first give me presence command, and trait herd of millions is going to make this a base difficulty of 2.
Okay. Focus in rhetoric.
At complication, because your ability to be exacting in your words isn't necessarily the best use of that skill here.
You're absolutely right. That's fine. I have control command or cautious command. So, 1 momentum, 2 threat. Okay. Sure, why not? I don't want to start the session off on a bad foot. Can I burn the determination? I give nothing but my best to my crew. I expect nothing but the same to re-roll those 3 zeros.
Yes.
There we go.
There you go.
So you gain 2 momentum.
I apologize, I have the token.
And as the lieutenant commander finishes her speech, I ask Chief Artana, the relevant mission specialist here, what was your recommendation to the captain and the senior chief on equipment for everybody?
Type 3 phasers for everyone we can muster, just because there's so many.
I will ignore opportunity of for people to take phasers one level higher than normal to issue type 3s to non-security or command personnel is going to cost opportunity. But I'll allow security and command to take type 3s and everyone else to upgrade to type 2s without opportunity or escalation.
I'll point out as chief of security, I ignore I can reduce the opportunity cost by 1.
Okay, so what is the normal opportunity cost of? Let's look. Of type 3s, the opportunity is only 1. So you have to pay 2 escalation. But other than that, that would upgrade everybody in the scene to type 3s.
Yep. I would also recommend.
As for other crew members, it's a serious amount of discussion and protocol to be followed to allow the normally locked crates of type 3s on deck A to be accessed. But if the mastered arms is on board and the captain is on board, then there's nothing in the way of breaking all of those type 3s out.
Yeah, I totally imagine there's like a dramatic shot of Artana digging out for her like special key that unlocks the armory and pulling it open to reveal phasers that haven't been touched since they were put in there.
Yeah, it's a holdover of the Klingon War, right? That even the Andromeda has enough type 3s to cover the ship's entire complement. You probably expect in the few years that this won't be a thing anymore.
If Aratana has anything to say about it, no.
Except we only have like 18 people, so it's really not that many.
Oh yeah, the armory is not a room; it is a singular like
locker.
Yeah, it's a single weapons closet essentially.
I don't think pulse grenades will be required because the type 3s will do exactly what we need them to do. Charge for area. Downside is that my chief of security thing does not apply to armor. So I do if I were to assign body armor, like we can hand out armor vests to those who have it to all our personnel because that's a standard issue. But body armor costs more, and I don't know if we can outfit more than just us.
So, yeah, armored vest is what everyone would be allowed to take in this situation, without, and that would just be in any normal away mission in which the Mastered Arms thought it was relevant. But in this situation, the security team can waive the opportunity cost, but you still would need to pay for non-security team members to receive body armor and even for the security team to receive it would require escalation.
Yeah, because body armor costs escalation anyway. I know you that for sure. I am. So I'm gonna recommend armor vest for everybody. Just because minimum armor at least. But I would recommend a body armor for security detail and body armor for captain.
All right, that is one threat for escalation.
GM, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Would it
Actually,
be a boon to morale if I do not wear the armor and instead wear the vest, which is what the majority of my crew wears? You know, a JFK not putting up the bulletproof glass over his car moment.
not sure.
Whoa.
That's
Might
one
not
way
be
to
a
put
good
it.
example.
Yeah.
It
Like-
isn't, but I'm just thinking, you know, let the people see me.
I'm wearing the same armor as you all.
Exactly. I give nothing but my best to you, and I expect nothing but the same.
You could, I would allow you to spin to create a trait along those lines if you decide not to.
Sure. You know what? You
But-
will offer her a wear thicker armor, and she is going to politely decline you.
That gets a steady stare from Artana.
Chief, you must understand, most of this crew has not seen any serious threat before, and you have to understand that if they see their commanding officer fully kitted out in military grade defense apparatuses, it will send the wrong message. It will say that we are concerned when we need to be projecting a face of boldness and confidence.
Might I request permission to speak candidly with you, Captain?
You are always allowed to state your mind.
You might regret that in the future, so feel free to reserve the right to tell me to shut up. But, Captain, the frontier doesn't suffer fools. And you are out here with a lot of them. Go down, everything turns sideways. My duty, my job has to prioritize you and the ship. If you go down because you wanted to put on a brave face, then I have to prioritize you. These may be just a bunch of critters who don't know better. I promise you, a critter that puts a hole through your chest because you wore thinner armor won't care one way or the other about bravery.
I agree that your calculus makes logical sense, but most of the members of this crew are not strictly logical, and I have to cater to the crowd. I have to ensure that all of the people between me and those animals are confident in my ability to lead them. Because if they've already scaled the walls to the point where I am in immediate, imminent danger of threat of death, then we've probably already failed in our mission. And keeping this crew safe and of secure, sound mind and body is the best armor we can provide.
So, are you spending that to momentum?
If you want, I'd say it's probably presence security diff 2 to change her mind if you want to. She's a Vulcan. She will concede to a logical argument from a inferior officer if they bring up a better point.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
I'll just roll flat because just PvP.
Hold on.
Oh, sure.
Meanwhile, in Vernie and I off in the wilderness, boy, we are getting along so well.
This is not the first time Aratana's had to talk a Starfleet officer. I'm going to do things to inspire people. For the love of God, don't. My job's to keep you from being hurt.
Because the commander has the entire ops, engineering, and security team standing between her and danger, your difficulty goes from 2 to 6, but Herd of Millions brings it back down to 4. Because you're right, there is a herd of millions out there. So both of your points are valid, and everything around you seems to point to that, but there is an air of confidence that will be difficult for Aratana to overcome because the entire ship's complement is here.
And the majority of them are not wearing full combat armor.
That's not, but that's
Okay.
not why this is difficult. Why it's difficult is because you're right that the entire ship's complement would have to go down for the captain to get injured. That's assuming she does the reasonable thing and is not standing on the walls. If she decides to do an unreasonable thing, then this may become very easy.
She could do a very heroic fantasy thing and be the king directly on the walls defending his city, but I have a security of 1, so I am happily willing to delegate security matters to my junior officers.
Unless you disagree with them, like in this case.
Yeah. That high difficulty, I'll say Aratana. Between Vulcans, Aratana gives a twitch of annoyance. That may be a little unbecoming back on Vulcan, but I am visibly irritated. But I shut it down immediately because, like, nope, I'm Vulcan. That's not a good emotion to have. Keep it under control. But I look like I'm about to argue with you, and I just stop myself. Probably to everyone else, I just take in a deep breath. Like a deep inhale, deep exhale as I calm down. But it's obvious I'm irritated. As you wish, Captain.
Then you can spend 2 momentum for the trait Brave Captain.
Okay. I will do so.
That leaves 1 momentum, and the escalation already paid, so you could give someone else here body armor.
I can spend threat for that too, because it's an immediate, for opportunity.
I'd have to double check, but do you have more than 1 thing you want to buy?
Just multiple armor. I want to buy more than 1 set of armor.
Oh yeah, well you because you're part of the security department and this is a tense situation, I'm not making you or your security detachment pay for it. That's why you've already got the 2 on the armor. It's that the captain would have had to spend opportunity because she's not part of the security department.
The first officer isn't here. Senior chief does what senior chief wants.
Senior chief has a personal force field already ready to go.
So.
Yeah. Presumably the second in command is like holding down the fort on the ship.
Well, no, he's with you.
The second in command is in Vernie.
Or I'm sorry.
There's no one on the ship right now.
Sorry. No. The
second officer.
BMCS.
Oh, Master the chief? No, the chief is here. He's just not a focus of the story.
Like he looks kitted out and stuff. Is there anything else I want to? Anything else that would be helpful? I'm not gonna get more than body armor.
If I had to make any suggestions, it would be that there is no medical officer here because they're trying to. Your ship's only 2 medically trained personnel are desperately trying to prevent this from becoming a violent situation, which means there's no one with a med kit here, and no one authorized to normally have one.
Oh, that's not good.
I will have, before this probably have sent in a request to have a med kit because I do have medicine 3, so I am medically trained. just because I've been shot at a lot.
All right, I'll take that last momentum, and you will have a med kit.
Why does?
And that's when you hear a shout from behind your shoulder from Constable Cassandra Guadalupe yelling, "Here they come!"
Everybody take positions, open fire on command.
That is the weirdest roll 20 bug.
Captain, recommend we fire full volley in front of them to ward them off, and then fire secondary shots if they continue. We may be able to scare them off rather than hurt them.
Oh my god. Yeah, scare that off.
She's going to see them emerge from dust cloud and say, "It's too late. Full stun, open fire on the crowd."
Yeah, the constable will yell, "There's a mastiff with them." I'll take from anyone interested a insight science, because maybe the science officer, you remember something from the science officer's briefing about
My
the
insight-
very little that's known about this species.
My insight science is 14, so
You're better. I can assist at
Yep.
best.
Yeah, y'all can assist.
okay. Oh, by the way, I don't have determination anymore.
Where did you get the third die?
Oh, did I already roll? I didn't mean to hit the button.
You did.
Sorry, I was still thinking about what to do. Well, I guess take a threat then, because I don't think we have a momentum.
No, we don't.
That was my bad.
But if you had not accidentally done that, you wouldn't even be able to get assists. So, I will, yes, because it could be very relevant to your character's ability to survive this situation, to have remembered this.
We'll also use that focus then if it works.
You
Are you playing?
gain 1 momentum.
Oh, you're here. That's right. Sorry.
See, some officers are
So-
smart enough to keep their heads down and not imperil their careers arguing with you.
The Hakip are coastal omnivores. They have 3 sexes. They have males who only stay in and around the mating ground with its limited food and resources. They have a lesser females that do not reproduce generally and mostly provide support and security to the herd. And then they have these Hakip Mastiffs, who are the reproducing females. They are generally 4 times the body mass of either a male or a non-reproducing female. And because each of these little guys has entered the scene, gonna gain 5 threat, and because she has entered the scene, I'm gonna gain another 3. So we start a combat. And do any of you have anything that could force you to get the initiative?
Constantly watching. Costs you 2 extra. It'll cost you 2 threat to go first.
No, I will say that constantly watching is why you've gotten this alert and they're at such a long range, right? It's the reason this has gotten called out is because you know how to set up a defense, right? So I will let you go first. Right, like I said, long range, medium range, at the barricade is close, and then obviously if you're only in touch if I tell you that they've attacked you in melee or you attack them in melee.
Right. Minor action. I prepare my phaser for area.
All right.
And I am going to also shoot. I do. Oh god. I'm going to give myself an extra minor action for momentum. As a note, I found out that that is something you can't do with threat. You can do it with momentum. That's fine to find out.
Sorry, what are you spending the extra minor on?
Spending it on aiming.
Okay.
And I am gonna fire. Primarily, it's gonna be at the breed.
The Mastiff.
Mastiff. But it's area, so. But that's the primary target.
Double checking. I need to see how area works. Area. When you succeed at the attack, additional targets in the same zone may be hit by spending 1 momentum for each one. Repeatable. Okay. So you need to generate some momentum here to get that, I think.
Oh god, that's rough.
Also note that when you prepare with a phaser, it drops severity down by 1. That's something I found out about charge. That's why grenades are useful, because you just have area. It doesn't mess with the severity.
Yeah, but it also having it be spending means that you without a complication you can't be forced to hit something you don't want to hit, right?
That's true.
It's not charging. In general, it's just charging for area.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought it was for the other things too. Well, that's good.
No, it's just if you choose area. Because I guess you're dispersing the energy rather than piercing or intense. You're intentionally not dispersing the damage.
Done my things. I've aimed. I charged for area. Okay. 10 phasers as a focus.
Yes.
I am going to give you a full mit of threat for best I can. That's 6.
That is 6. Yeah.
And I am going to try to spend one of my values.
I was about to say, I'm probably going to do this again to you and suggest that you personally haven't heard of or seen anyone attempt to just scare these things off with the display of force. It's not like this is the first time you've been charged down, and the colonists either didn't or failed to mention if they ever just tried to use a display of force. So I'll offer you a determination to accept a complication, or you could not do this.
I'll accept the complication.
Actually, I think you get determination in either way. It's just you get determination and you do it with a complication, or you get determination and you don't do it.
Oh. Oh, it
So,
doesn't challenge
yeah.
and kill the
No,
value.
no. To kill the value, that is a third thing you can do. Let me double check, because I'm pretty sure I'm saying it correctly.
Oh, that's constant. Oh. Values. I should be looking up. I was looking up determinations. Like I should be looking up values. Challenging. Oop. Very important distinction to figure out, though. That is something that's different. Second.
None of these are things that I do.
Okay, sorry, I was combining two. I was splitting one thing into two. So challenge is something you can do, which is going against your value. You resolve the task, and then you get a determination afterwards. And at the end of the session, you replace the value. Comply is you give in to the value, you suffer a complication. That complication could make it more difficult or could prevent you from even doing it. So in this case, you would either challenge the value, or in which case you write it off, or you comply with the value and I give you a complication, which in this case is going to be an increase in difficulty, because you may, as these thoughts race through your mind, you may wait too long and whatever you choose may not be an option anymore.
I got determination for complying though, so that's positive. I just get a bad thing.
If you wish to comply, you do get a determination.
Yep. Yeah, I'm totally
Okay.
complying with the.
But you don't. So you don't get that determination until after the task is finished. So
Right.
That's just a reminder that you can't use that. You could use a determination, but you can't use that determination on this task.
Right. So you wait that extra tick. I am instead going to try to create a trait where I am basically I'm dialing down the stun to such a low level that it really won't stun them, but it will give them a sensation. So
yeah, I would take a instead of doing any damage, if you succeed at the hit, you'd create the trait sensory overload, and that could apply to as many. Would do it the same way you would do the attack, right?
I'm
Because you
just not doing
chose an
severity
area.
to them.
Instead of doing severity, you you can choose how many of them you want to apply this trait to by spending momentum. Because waiting that extra tick for the comply, I think this goes up to difficulty 4 because this is a medium range weapon. Let me double check how range affects you here.
Yep. Yeah, those of you watching this after, we are going slower because this is the first time we did second E. It's our first shootout, really, on personal level. So
Yeah.
if you went back all the way back to when I first started GMing First Ed, which is many campaigns ago, you'd see the same thing where I'm just, how does this work again? Not as much so, because by the time I was GMing, I'd already played some STA, where this is the first time we sat down with 2E and shot at something without the ship.
Yeah, and
this will go a little quicker once we've acclimated to the new system.
Yeah, and I mean there are similarities, but
I think the similarities actually make us take slightly longer because we have to go, wait, I think I know how this works, but is it actually how I think it works?
So I'm not just projecting something here, am I?
Exactly. It's like, well, this is how it used to work. Therefore, I shouldn't assume that's how it used to work. So I have to triple check.
Here's the thing, I do need to check. Am I being stupid, or are there no longer like roll powers?
No, there are.
There are. I
Where?
I can find them. It took me a second to find them too.
It's like I checked all the expected places and I can't find it. I can find a description of my duty. I can't find a roll power.
It's the same for you as in first edition, assuming you're using the XO1. Science, I don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, the XO1's always been kind of so.
Yeah. God, they not improve the XO1 at all? That sucks.
That really does
I don't know.
suck
I
if they
think
didn't change it.
because y'all are going to be spending determination more, right? Y'all are rarely going to only spend one an episode. I think it will. I think it would actually be more powerful.
So the only thing I'm seeing that regards range is on 286, communication and perception, but it doesn't seem to mention anything about ranges for shooting or attacking. If you have a ranged weapon, you can hit anything. I imagine it's like if you can see it, you can shoot it. If you can't see it, which may require a roll to see it in the first place, sort of thing. Did you want to know where your science officer roll power was, by the way?
Just let me know what page it is and I'll take a look.
137.
Thank you.
That's how I knew about my security cool thing. Like, ooh, I really like security's cool thing where it's like, oh, weapons cost less. I thought I was super excited going, I get free armor too. No, don't get excited, guy. You get free guns. You don't get free armor. I would think the other way, but okay, sure. Thanks. I'll take the free guns. I'm not gonna whine.
guess it's
That
probably to
is more or less
simulate.
the same.
It's probably to simulate that security officers often have phaser rifles in track, but we don't see body armor that often, or well, not consistently, I guess.
Yeah.
I,
Both of these roll powers are exactly the same.
Some of them are different though. There's those little extra things on there though.
Oh.
Oh yeah, no. Science officer is 1-to-1. Yep. Some of the other roles have little extra things like, hey, if you do a thing, this happens. I guess they figured science was powerful enough. They go, no, you get what you get.
So what are we rating on?
Trying to figure out if range matters. My thinking is that it doesn't unless you're in reach. If you're in reach, I am reading the specific effects that happens when you're in reach or when you're prone. But for someone who is standing, shooting at something that is standing, I don't think there is any increase in difficulty because of range itself. Although the zone they're in could give them cover.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'll actually do, just making sure I spend the correct amount. I will spend 2 threat and add the trait Dust Cloud.
All right.
They can't make ranged attacks, so this is not going to turn it into an opposed attack, which it might normally do if they have cover. This is just going to increase the difficulty from for everybody else from what 2 to is it 1? What's the default difficulty?
To shoot something is 2.
2. So for everybody else, 2 for you because you have to kind of argue with yourself about how you're going to do this. 4. Sorry, it increases from 2 to 3 for them, from 3 to 4 for you.
Right. Very good.
As this, you're like, you've heard the call. You know the danger's on the way. You see 1 or 2 of them running out of a dust cloud, but you don't realize how bad this is until all of them start emerging from the dust cloud the herd is kicked up.
I would like to spend toward my value. The frontier doesn't suffer fools. I know I have to do something. If I do 0, or I don't ward these things off, then it's gonna charge the wall. I need them. I need to at least do this to get them to hopefully turn back.
I'll take it.
5 or roll 4. Yes. That's 3, but I did aim. Accurate item. Eve. I get through all of them like normal. Triple check, make sure I'm cheating.
Uh,
You roll up to 2. Oh, it's only 2, not all of them. Well, that's annoying. Oh well.
sorry. Say what?
Page 241. Accurate doesn't let you reroll all the dice you roll. It just rerolls 2 instead of just 1 die.
Okay. And don't forget the Grand Kite Order of Tactics could come into play here, because there are several traits. In fact, I remind you that there's a current standing trait for security team, which if you hit here is going to increase the severity by 1.
Yeah, if I hit this, Grand Kite will add to the potency of the trait.
You could use that. You don't.
Oh yeah, because once per thing. Yeah.
You also did just roll Insight Science.
Oh fiddlesticks. 11 and 5. 18, 17, 13 would have hit.
Okay, so.
And you had a focus, so that's, you know.
And that
So
one
that-
should be a 2.
Yeah, so you have 3 successes, and you can reroll the 2 failures.
That was.
There we go.
There we go. That's so much better. I was looking at being like, wait.
So that's 6 successes on a difficulty 4. Oh, that's 8 successes on a difficulty 4.
Yep.
So you gain 6 momentum.
So I will use my Grand Kite Order of Tactics on this to increase the potency of the sensory overload.
So Starfleet has already started to acknowledge Aratana's penchant for effective use of Starfleet security tactics, and I imagine there is a tactic, and I ask whether this is a tactic you've developed or a tactic you've just been schooling the security team in, to where they know, right, given the order, like, to execute a Gamma 3 burst, right, they're going to assist you in using less than lethal sensory overload attack. Is that something that Artana has been masterminding, or is this a tactic that Starfleet developed that Artana is very keen to have the team good at?
I think it's something Aratana learned while he was in the colonial service. It's a way to ward off herds and stampedes back in his homeworld. And it's like, well, that works back home. If you want to control a large crowd, just sensory overload them with your phaser. Wait, you guys don't do this? I thought you guys already knew how to do this. Here, I'll teach you. Not that hard.
So what is your phaser's normal severity?
It would be 5, but it's reduced to 4 because I areaed.
And then security team 5, 6.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys. The Mastiff, which is the primary target, will avoid the injury by taking 6 stress.
Oh, remember, I'm doing a trait. I'm not actually hurting it. Or trying to hurt it.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. So We'll mark them. So the Mastiff is running somewhat beleaguered and confused, though still in your direction. Any additional spins on that area?
5.
Leaving you with 1 momentum. All right. Any other spins, or is it going to the other side? As I don't think you can actually afford to keep the initiative at this moment.
Yes, we can, because I have decisive leadership once per initiative, or once per round. We can keep for free. And I don't see any particular reason not to keep right now. So,
Yep, easy.
let's keep. And
So I will point out a thing that you and the chief can do when he's here. That not everyone else can do is direct is not a thing you just get like one of. Direct is a major action you can take.
momentum.
Spend a momentum, choose someone, and they get a task with a difficulty increase of 1, and you get to assist with your control command. But
it says with no difficulty +1. Oh my god, there's a typo. They immediately attempt a single blank with no +1 difficulty. I assume the single here is supposed to be major action.
There is no other situation in which you can make a direct without make a direct. So I think that's a typo, and you are supposed to take a +1 difficulty, because there's not a normal situation in which you don't take a +1 difficulty. Like, this is the only place that direct comes up. It's not like there's another part of the game that has direct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. No. There is a typo here. But this is but my interpretation is that the typo is the no. It should be A. It should be the letter A.
Okay. If that's your ruling, that's your ruling.
Because and the reason I think that is because when would you take a direct that doesn't have that does have the +1 if not here?
I would think the counter argument I might say, just for is that if you swift and try to do an extra action, like if you try to take another turn, you get an increased difficulty. If someone directs me, I might not get that increase.
Oh, okay. Nope, I buy that, and that does. If that was the understanding, then it doesn't look like a typo. I understand where I thought the +1 difficulty had something to do with direct. It has nothing to do with direct. It has everything to do with taking a second action.
Yeah, it's a very poorly worded
Okay.
thing. I don't know how they didn't double check the writing on that.
I will buy that. I will buy that argument. So yeah, so there is no difficulty increase.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Gwen, what's your security like?
I've got a security of 3.
Okay, and what kind of phase are you rocking?
I believe I'm on a type 2 because
nope, everybody here is on a type 3.
Oh, I'm on a type 3.
Yeah, no, the chief broke out the big guns.
Okay. I'm on a type 3. I do not have a focus though.
Okay. Okay.
You could spend determination to get walking encyclopedia.
Is that not a determination spend anymore?
No, it is.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the 3.
Used to be a Klingon only thing.
Okay. Hear me out. And if you want to rule that this can't happen, that's fine. Could I order a volley of fire to happen in this zone to create enough holes and unevenness and shaken up dirt in this terrain that it is an additional threat cost to move through it? Because I know a big thing in the system is that it's threat to move through or it's a resource to move through difficult terrain. So could I create the trait that I've broken up the ground in this zone that it's harder for them to run through?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be presence. No, control command, I think. Control command difficulty 2.
All right. I'm not gonna have a focus in this, but we do have a momentum, so I'm gonna spend 1 momentum and 2 threat. There we go. So yeah, she steps forward and motions with her arm, and she says, "Open fire on the medium zone. I want a gamma delta destruction pattern. I want that ground churned up so they don't run over. Don't run towards us."
Because of the trait engineering team, I think you're going to get an additional. I think this is going to lower. That would have lowered the difficulty. They may not be well trained in tracking and eliminating targets, but in using standard phaser equipment for sapping, they do receive a little bit of training in that. So the difficulty would have gone down to 0 because you have the entire ship security engineering department here.
So we've created difficult terrain 1 here, and it would be 2 to bring it up to difficult terrain 2. 2 momentum, I mean.
Yes, you could increase the. Actually, let me double check.
There are 3 levels of difficult terrain right now.
Added severity 293. That's severity.
Yes, it would. This would fall under alter trait.
Right. Right.
So yeah, you did the task to create a trait. Now you can spend 2 to alter it. So yes, 2 to alter it. You could spend all the momentum generated to go from broken ground 1 to broken ground 3.
You know what? Why don't I say that what this momentum represents is that previously the engineers had gone along and placed some charges along this line, and now the charges have gone off, severely deforming the terrain. And the locals will have to clean up these potholes later, but for now, it's going to be very difficult
this is
for
a
them
city
to
street.
No, there's now a 10-foot gulch between us and them, and they're gonna have to climb their way through it to get up to us. The locals are a little bit miffed, but it's what it takes to keep them safe.
All right, anything else from you?
No, but I might have just busted a water line, and for that I apologize.
Busted a water main.
Unfortunately, Starfleet didn't think that was not busting water mains was a necessary thing to put in the directives.
Now, a certain civil engineer on the ground thinks it should have been, but
Write your complaints to your local Federation counselor.
Look, I used to be one of those engineers. I'm considering this a make-work program because they're going to have to fix all of this.
Wow.
Yeah, make work for us. Okay, we'll fill those back in. Don't worry. Wait, we are? No.
Yeah, it might just be that.
All right. So goes to the Hakip. They are going to take the well, I guess so. First, the Mastiff is going to take the action sprint. So
Oh, that's how they do it.
So
So,
it
Bernie, got any threes?
is see, it is buoyed by the fact that you are small and insignificant, and it has heard of millions behind it. So it has 2 free hits. And you know what? It really, really wants to get in here. So I'm going to spend 3.
Oh, jeez.
And it's going to use the value drawn to mate. And then I will buy a 3rd die.
Uh-oh.
Now moving is... Sprinting is fitness con. Okay. So that is 6 hits.
Jeez.
Which it has to spend sensory overload, right? That's going to bring it down to 5 hits. And then it's going to spend 3 of the 5 gained to cross the difficult terrain.
Oh, no.
If it matters, Grand Kite Order of Tactics would have upped the potency by 1 instead of just potency 1 trait.
Oh yeah, so it should have been 6 gained. It's only 4 gained, 3 of which are spent to cross. So it will spend.
Hey, we're bleeding threat. That's good.
Yeah, but he still has a lot for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It's a very dangerous situation. In fact, the danger doesn't so represent y'all being reckless right now. The danger represents the situation.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So the one on the table plus 1 out of the pool, which we will use for extra major action.
Oh, because I have to.
Yep. And do I need an extra minor? Can you aim in melee?
Oh,
It just says on the next attack action.
Yep. You can aim with
All right, then we're gonna spend 1 for 8 to aim.
God.
game doesn't have hit location, so they could be going for the head instead of center of mass.
Yeah, this isn't Fallout.
we'd be a lot more danger with Fallout. Although at that point I'd have
Yeah.
nukes, so I'd be able to solve this problem once, and then we'd all be irradiated.
I think I'm in danger right now.
Being a ghoul is probably for the best in that universe, anyways.
That's what I should have done to my Fallout group. I should have just made them all ghouls when I nuked them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, except for me.
Oh, sorry. It is not going to take the aim. It's got to take prepare.
That's not good.
Are these different actions?
Prepare.
No,
it must have some cool thing it's doing.
Yes, that cool thing is called RAM.
Oh god.
It's adding the intense quality to its melee attack.
Oh, I'm in danger.
Dan.
Here, I should have given you. I'm sorry. I figured you weren't gonna be in danger. I thought we were gonna draw its attention.
Yeah, it looked in your direction, and then suddenly its senses were overwhelmed, and it decided not to go that direction. That's a bad direction. Go another direction.
I'm a different direction. It's true.
So it is going to spend 6 here.
Hey, I think it's opposed at least. Play or
it is.
Yeah, so there's that.
This will be opposed by whoever wishes to roll for Operation Specialist Hoyong Jean-Ho.
Oh, it's not coming for me. It's coming to the person right next
It's
to
only
me.
at the last second you realize that it's not barreling towards you. Yes.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I never liked that guy anyway.
So.
Did you make him?
I didn't make a soul.
Oh.
I made him.
So that'll be either in Vernie or I. We'll
go for it.
Okay.
And this doesn't count as a crew support or an activation unless you want him to do something after this.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just letting him roll for free because
I'm not going to hit him for free.
Right. Cool. Daring security, presumably.
Yes.
I'll throw 3 threat at you.
You do have the security team and the ops team backing you up. The security team is actually, I need to edit that. They've been bolstered to 2 for this scene. So you've got 3 free hits. He from the trait Herd of Millions. He's got 2 free hits. So right before we even roll, you're 1 up.
So for me, then that's 5 hits.
That puts him 1 down.
Ooh, close.
Well, no, that. Oh yeah, no. Yeah. Technically, yeah. I'm up by 1.
Mathematically.
Mathematically, yeah.
That's the only way that matters here, actually.
Most important kind of correct.
Sonic Boom will give you another 1.
Oh, so that generates 2 momentum then?
Yes.
Huh.
As a beast 4 times the size of a large human tries to bring a tusk down towards Specialist Yunho's body, but he manages to roll out of the way.
Oh, yes, I could spend that. The problem is he doesn't have particularly great stats unless spending 2 to counterattack is like an automatic hit.
It lets you do. Wait, hold on.
You spend 2 momentum and you inflict injury. You've already won the roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
then
just to spend 2.
Then yeah, I'll spend 2.
Okay. This needs to be with some kind of melee weapon because if you had tried to counterattack with your phaser, that would have changed the difficulty because he's in touch.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think this is 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an unarmed BAP.
All right.
2, yeah.
The Mastiff will avoid taking the 2 stress rather than going down. And you know what? I'll do the same thing. I'll spend 2 to keep. And one of her little buddies
What are we doing?
will buy a die. Unfortunately, they are not one of the Mastiffs, so they don't actually have the drive to mate. They're just here to help out.
They're here to what?
Well, they're wingman. They're trying to they're trying to kill all of these small little creatures running around that are trying to take over their mating ground, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's 1 success. So gotta spend another 2. To normally get them over here. Gotta spend an extra 2 because of overwhelmed senses, but we'll counter that with Herd of Millions. And then I have to spend 3 to get over the difficult terrain.
We've taken him from like the high 30s of threat to 19 in only a couple rounds, so I think we're working.
Yeah.
Down to 17.
And I will get another major action.
You might have millions of threat, but you might have millions of creatures, but you don't have millions of threat.
Oh god.
True.
And I will spend.
For some reason, this one jumps the bear, goes straight for the captain. Don't know why. Just doesn't make narrative sense, but screw you.
Like, oh, you read my mind.
I tried.
And this is opposed by our plucky ops officer.
All right.
Right, navigate your way out of this one.
Glancing blow, glancing blow.
I'll have you know, I have a
free
focus
hits
in
right
hand-to-hand combat.
Oh.
All right.
I don't have phasers. I have hand-to-hand.
Well, I mean, it's not using hands, so.
Oh, you're right. I'd like to change my focus to hand-to-tusk combat real quick.
Oh, and 1 for an extra minor to prepare. Sorry. Oh no, I don't need to spend. Actually, I owe myself. I didn't need to spend for an extra minor on either time because I didn't take a minor to move.
Oh.
Oh, because it was a major. Okay.
The major's move.
Major sprint. Got it. Okay, so it's opposed, and I have 2 hits already.
Yes, it's opposed, and you have 2 hits.
How many dice are you buying?
I bought 5 dice, up to 5.
Okay. Security. Focus.
Oh my god. Might have succeeded earlier a little bit more, but for some reason I accidentally entered that they had a 2 in engineering and not a 2 in security. Don't know.
They're really good at building nests. They're really good at building nests.
For some reason, I forgot they were a threat, and actually, these are just beavers.
Well, I mean, then the wall shouldn't be bothering them at all.
Yeah.
No, they're actually coming over here to help you build the wall. They think this is an inferior wall.
Yeah.
They're violently telling you suck at engineering.
They saw these buildings and they're like, what the fuck? No, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
This is actually the largest
We're gonna
labor
tear these
action
down and
in
rebuild them
animal
better.
history.
Beavers are nature's engineers. It's why the beaver is the mascot of MIT.
This is just the conversation that's happening back in the science area.
And I call myself a threat because they.
Oh god, that's great.
Still failed the last task. They did get 1 more threat. Security was 2.
It's so funny.
I spend a determination here. Actually, do we have a mission directive that helps with this at all?
A scene guide. Oh, it's not scene
Nope.
guide.
The mission directives are in the mission logs. You should be able to look at the log for false signals continued. The directives are avoid ecologic damage, prevent the loss of the colony, provide medical aid to the colony, and record useful data and transmit to Starfleet Medical or the Daystrom Institute.
Would you like me to copy like my edited version of the log into the?
Yeah, you can do that. That's what I expected. That's why I was surprised when you actually had a written up log other than the one I wrote. Because yeah. But yeah, the directives are there.
I had it in a notepad file, and
that's fine.
Right. I mean, this is part of the ongoing effort to prevent the loss of the colony.
You are one link of the chain that's defending.
Yeah,
the
I'm a
colony
link of the chain that's
break.
part of the defense. Here.
You cannot.
If I go down, the colony's more likely to be lost.
Yep, it's trying to charge into the colony, and that's what you're here to prevent.
Okay. I'm going to spend determination towards mission directive then.
Okay.
I expect to see that as a value for you later.
Yeah.
It's sort of bad one, actually.
Yeah, no, it's not. And then I will spend threat to buy up to 2 dice again. Five, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hits.
with a comp on the
It rears its front legs to bring down on you, exposing its midsection. You'll gain a additional hit if you try to attack one of the others because you've realized where they're weak.
All right.
And do you want to spend 2 to counterattack? Oh,
So
sorry.
7 against 2, so I generate
7
5.
against 4.
4. Okay.
7 against 4.
Generate
So you
3.
gain 3.
Yeah, sure. I'll counterattack.
All right, it goes down.
Cool.
And the round goes to you as you're the last player here for this round.
Oh. Great. I am.
It's entirely up to you, but I do think there is one prime threat to everything here, more important than almost anything else you could do.
It's the one right in front of me?
Yeah, in that area.
I'll take that under advisement, Captain. Okay.
It is in reach of you right now, so there is an increased difficulty to shoot.
Yeah. Huh. And I don't think I want to engage this thing in melee. Probably. Kind of big. Can I use a minor to like step back to shoot it? Like minor move action, step back. Shoot it.
Nope, you cannot perform the movement action if there is an enemy within reach. I think you can still do the sprint major action, but you can't do the move minor action.
Got it. That makes sense. You have to get the hell away rather than just, dodge away.
Yep.
All right, then I'll just take the increased difficulty to hit.
All right, so having the security team back you up is going to give you 2 hits. Actually, not 2 hits. It'll increase the severity by 2. You do have your ops team with you. They'll give you a hit here. So that's 1 free hit. It being stunned to potency 2 is going to give you another 2 hits for 3 free hits. It gets 2 because it does not fear you because it has a herd of millions. So that brings you them to 3, you to 3 hits, it to 2 hits. But it is, there's the atmospheric sonic boom that will bring you to 4 and it to 2.
Oh wait, so a phaser attack is still opposed?
Because
is
of
this
the
just
range
opposed?
band you're in?
No, it's sorry. Let me double check. I think the answer in this case is yes, because you're within reach, which normally it
Yeah.
can't if it can't counterattack at range, so there's no reason for me to there's no reason for me to let it become an opposed roll, but because there are let me I think the answer is yes, but I want to double check real quick.
I don't know if the rules specifically cover it. This might be a GM.
No, cover
interpretation.
allows you to turn an enemy ranged attack into an opposed attack.
No.
That's the benefit of doing a ranged attack. Even though you're in reach, it's a higher difficulty because you're firing at something that's in your face, but it can't counterattack you because there's no cover. It's being shot at. As opposed to if you're trying to punch it, it's like, well, I have to go into punch range to punch you, and so you're gonna get a chance to punch me back. And I can defend and slap away your hand, rather than a gun. I point a gun at you and I shoot it at you. Not a whole lot you can do other than what you're already doing, which is making it harder for me to hit you in the first place.
Okay, so no, there's no cover for it or you in this train, so it's not automatically an opposed attack, which just mean. But we still need to know the different what each traits are doing, because that's going to change.
It's difficulty.
Yeah, so because although it's not an opposed task, it's 2 plus 2 plus 2 for herd of millions, bringing it up to 4. Bringing it up to 4. And you're in reach brings it up to 5. But ops team brings it back down to 4. And stun, the double stun brings it to 2. And your one use of knowing the weak point brings it down to 1. And then high atmosphere sonic boom, right, brings it down to 0.
All right, got it.
So diff 0.
Cool. At that point, God, how do phasers work?
Control security.
Yeah, no, I'm just checking to see if what my minor action options are with a phaser rifle now.
Aim, because it's accurate, you'll get to re-roll 2 of the d20s.
Yeah.
Or you might charge it for intense or piercing.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna charge for intense.
Okay.
And then just roll 2 dice.
Okay.
Because you're gonna hit it no matter what.
Yeah, I'm a diff 0, so I'm just comp checking. Okay, so I generate momentum. 1. And I charge for intense. Phaser rifle, a severity of 5.
Intense. It's normally 5, but it's 7 right now because the security team's there to back you up. So intense. When making an attack with this weapon, you may increase the severity by 1 by spending 1 momentum rather than 2.
Okay.
So I think it's 1 momentum to increase the severity by 1. And I don't think that's repeatable. Oh no, it is repeatable. Okay. So right now, you're doing. If it doesn't go down, it's taking 7 stress.
Got it.
And it's not gonna go down. It will avoid by taking the stress.
I guess I'll pump the 2 momentum into increasing it then.
So you want to spend 2?
Yeah, I'll spend 2.
While you're firing the phaser, you think just firing a second longer is going to bring it down.
Okay.
So like a threat, not immediate.
Yeah. If I could spend threat, I would, but I don't think I can.
We can only spend threat for immediate spend.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have some way to pull a momentum out here.
I could.
You're a human. Did you spend
Actually, yes.
determination?
Hold on. We have one more because I spent a determination. And
because you
I'm a
spend
human.
you may add 1 to the momentum. You do.
Yeah, we have an extra because
your
I'm a
faith
human.
of
The face of the
Silly
heart.
human forgetting you're inspiring and all of that.
Your
Yeah.
faith of the heart keeps you firing just a second longer, and it goes
Yeah.
down as it that fills its stress track, and it can't
Yay.
stay up as it falls and lumbers on the wall, and then kind of slides down into the ditch.
The perfect specimen.
90 soft rock starts playing.
Yeah.
As a human,
I think
cool.
I think I yell out something that communicates the effect of they take a sustained burst, bring down.
We go back to the medical building.
Question.
Yes.
Are these two burning their turns here? So, like, one of us couldn't assist here unless we were spending our major turn to do so? Are these linked or are these separate?
No, they're separate scenes.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know.
I actually do need to check on something.
I've been filling my phone this whole time to get turning off while I'm trying to use it as the second monitor. I mean that now it's working, even though right when the scene starts, because it's fair.
Yeah. No, I'm still deeply confused by everyone's names disappearing, which also takes away the threat counter and the momentum counter.
Well, if you got pro today, no, that I don't know what that is. That's shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, that seems like a really annoying issue.
Yeah, I keep having to refresh to bring it back, and then it just randomly vanishes. Anyway, we're here back in the lab.
You aren't allowed to see momentum anymore. It's a new feature of the rule.
Yep. Oh, I'm back in the lab, but the doctor isn't here. Oh no.
James, you'll just have to stage a coup.
I don't even need to stage a coup. I'm already his superior.
Both in life and the game. No, I'm just kidding.
You're kidding. I'm not.
Damn, okay.
Anyway, yes, GM.
Checking something. Checking if your character should die for being in the same room as the corpse, because poison.
Oh, well.
Decaying miasma. It's gotten super simulation.
The trait Italian to say that has no effect. He's had to spend time around Sicilians. Oh, I'm sorry, Sicilians.
Sicily is a wonderful place. It has many beautiful cities and great cuisine and very nice people.
Unless you've spoken to anyone from mainland Italy.
Yeah, but they're mainland Italy, so.
Yeah. That's like taking every other American's opinions on Florida as at face value. There's some inherent biases here at play.
Except most of that's true.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
as I
Florida
said, I was
is
thinking
kind of
that.
terrible.
I wouldn't be caught dead in this state, but I'm sure it's filled with wonderful people.
Yeah, I've got friends in Florida, but they also sit there and go like, "No, yeah, that's true."
Yeah, I mean, like, people are not the places they live. They might influence it, but
Everywhere
now
on
those
Earth
people
is
over on
filled with
Staten Island,
wonderful
though, they I don't
people,
know.
and that's all we need to say. Um,
Lots of gators.
All right.
Only gators.
Yes. Last we checked in,
Oh, perfect timing. I'm back.
the science/medical team here had figured out that yes, in fact, the colony is not directly on, but is passed by twice a year each way by the herd on its way to and from the mating grounds.
Okay.
The governor, Benoit, is talking over his communicator, and you hear shouts, bursts of high energy, and general mayhem before he closes it and says, "I don't think we have long."
Well then, we must we must work quickly then.
Indeed. My thought would be, or for the most likely thing, is that their usual routes around the colony, or usual route, I don't know if they had more than one, has been obstructed or blocked. But that is a theory. I don't know if there's anything in the body there to give us a different idea.
Indeed. In which case, I will be beginning my autopsy.
While you
yes.
do that, I can do some preliminary scans around the area just to and correlate that with previous data.
All right. Who's taking the lead? Both of these could give some decent information, so either one of them I'd let take the lead.
I'll do my autopsy now, I think.
Yeah, because
he can be the lead this time because I was the lead last time.
All right, so you'll be making
You said
a control medicine.
Cool. Couple.
And the science officer can assist with insight science.
Cool.
And the corpseman is not assisting at the moment, but he does pull out a paper and pencil and starts writing down notes on proper autopsy procedures.
It might not be terrible to activate him, one, to get his activation, because I think we're only going to have like one guy over here and one guy over during the shootout.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, in that case, then, you know, he looks at you and asks if, you know, he looks at you with pleading eyes in a please let me dissect the new alien look.
Indeed. Take a in-depth scan of the ligaments and musculature.
You
Yes,
can
sir.
assist with also with control medicine.
To see if they have rheumatism.
No, but I think imaging systems would work.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
You said insight medicine?
No, for you and the doctor, it's control medicine because y'all are
Okay.
actually doing the autopsy.
Mhm.
For Inverni, it's insight science because they're trying to interpret the scan results.
You know, we once did some work on some deceased animals like this on training programs, but to do the actual real thing, doctor, oh my god.
Where's the difficulty at for this?
So, the difficulty is the same. It's in the scene guide for the extended task.
Okay.
It's difficulty 2, though the trait pop-up xenozoology lab brings that to 0.
Yep. Okay.
So I'm going to spend 4.
Leave him lip. Yeah, I'm not the GM. I'm trying to
Okay.
start trouble.
So you're gonna like increase the diff on me?
I'm going to create the trait on the scene, Desperate Defense, with Potency 2, which will have the effect of raising the difficulty. Yes.
Cool.
It'll
By
counter
2.
the Xenozoology Lab.
Cool. Okay. I will say this. Quick study. When attempting a task that will involve an unfamiliar practice, technique, or medical procedure, or which is to treat an unfamiliar species, ignore any difficulty or complication range increase stemming from my unfamiliarity.
There is no difficulty increase from that, but because I'm trying to think, because the resistance is because of your unfamiliarity right
Okay.
now, not the difficulty.
Okay, well, we'll get to that when we get to that. That's a whole other thing that I can help deal with.
I'll give you a free hit because you are the normal difficulty, I guess, did actually I take that back. The difficulty of 2 does cover that to some degree. So the normal difficulty would have gone down from 2 to 1, and then but Desperate Defense and Pop-Up Zoology Lab still cancel each other out. So you're at difficulty 1 right now.
Yeah, cool. Take a threat.
All right.
Xenozoology focus.
Yes.
Oh, geez.
Oh, we've got 2 on the board.
I would also. No, I take that back. I was thinking I might give you a hit from the trait physician, but I think I would require surgeon for this.
Right. That's fine. Additionally, I don't know if this counts. When you succeed at a medicine task to identify and diagnose the nature of a medical problem, you may ask 1 question as per obtain information.
For every additional D20 you bought.
Oh, with momentum, never mind.
Yeah.
Wait, you did buy a die, didn't you?
But not by spending.
Oh shoot, you're right. Yep.
Yeah, it's why I took cautious medicine and diagnostic expertise, because I'm a momentum build, as I usually am. Okay, still.
Oh, but intense scrutiny, right?
I was then going to say, intense scrutiny. I ignore all the resistance.
Which is 2. Yep. So, what is your medicine?
My medicine score is 5.
So.
Yeah.
You go up to 7 on the progress track. And you gain 1 momentum?
Yes, but no, it's I get to ask a question as...
No, because of Inverni, you gain 1 momentum.
Oh, right, yes. Okay.
Also, another 1 from the... So you gain 2, because also 1 from the Corpsman.
Because I only needed 1 hit. Thinking, because I don't...
So, Inverni, your scans are picking up unusual... Yes, I noted the... Oh yeah, you can spend to get additional progress, I think, because you have 2 momentum. But I don't know if you might want to save that for...
Well, when you go back to the other group, does the momentum tick down?
It does, yeah. It does anytime we change the scene.
Yeah, then I'm going to want to hold it, because if I want you guys to have any momentum...
Well, at the same time, if we resolve this, then their problem ends.
Yeah. No, I think you should spend it.
Okay,
because if you make progress here, then that prevents us from getting overwhelmed.
Something to point out as well, your roll benefit, you did a medicine roll thing, and you had assistance, you generated bonus momentum.
Oh, where's that a thing?
137. Did none of you record your rolls? Am I the only one who did that?
Told you I couldn't find them until.
See, that's one of you.
So-
You, I understand. Did no one else do that?
I also recorded mine.
Good.
So,
Captain, do you
Chief
have
Medical
yours? Just
Officer,
checking. Sorry.
you reduce the opportunity cost of medical equipment and medical teams by 1 to a minimum of 0. Further, when you attempt a task using your medicine rating and you have assistance, you generate 1 bonus momentum.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. I missed that. I think part of okay. Cool. Yep, then I
Which is
generate a bonus
different than
momentum.
Ship's Doctor.
Yeah, well, Ship's Doctor I think is supposed to be the Klingon thing, right?
No, Ship's Doctor is when you don't have a major, like your ship doesn't have a significant medical department.
Which ours doesn't.
Like
well,
a McCoy or a Phlox. Yeah.
You choose which one you are. Like that's the role you're going for. You know people are going to assist you. CML is great. If you know you're not going to have any medical support. Doctors.
You do, but the ship does have the ship has a medicine of less than 3, so you could take Ship's Doctor instead of CMO, but I have assumed this whole time that you were taking CMO.
I leave it to I don't want to say I leave it to you, but like
well, it matters because
the important thing is your ship cannot use crew support to introduce supporting characters who are medical personnel, which means you lose the corpsman permanently if you take Ship's Doctor.
Oh well, then yeah, I have to be CMO. Yeah, that's a weird restriction.
Well, the flip side.
No, the whole thing is you gain 2 additional focuses as the Ship's Doctor, so you gain like a permanent benefit that applies to every scene you're in, right? By having extra set of focuses. And the whole justification behind Ship Doctor is that you have a very small crew, but it's actually that your ship doesn't have a terrible medicine score.
Right.
Right. An Andromeda that's kitted out in a different way may only have a medicine of 1, and that ship may only get a corpsman, right? Who would technically qualify for the Ship's Doctor.
Cool. Okay, yeah, then I'll just be CMO and I generate a bonus momentum. And if I spend all 3, then that hits 10, I think.
No, it's 2 per 1.
Although, I have a question.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Go away. So, does it have to be... Like, if I was to just determination spend towards Spirit of Discovery, you know, the gain 3 momentum, but also I've got Faith of the Heart, so it'd be 4 momentum. Can I do that now? And just give him a bunch of momentum to spend on the thing, or no, because I'm not the roller?
Hold on.
Because
Okay.
I would like to support him with it, but I don't know if I can.
Freaking humans making everything complicated.
So
Hey,
for
now.
any of that, you're spending your bonus momentum to get up to 8 progress. Okay, and then you have 1 sorry, your bonus and 1 off the table. So you have 1 on the table, and then you want to, let me see. You want to spend determination on your roll ability.
Human talent.
Spirit of Discovery.
No, Spirit of Discovery, a talent.
Oh, you're human.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shocking, I know.
And Bernie's entire department is human. Almost.
Yeah, the human side of the ship. Let's go.
Yeah.
Except for the bird.
I mean, does the bird fall under your side of the?
Good question. I can
your
argue that he
direct
doesn't.
department?
I was gonna say
yes, Dr. Swear does fall under Lieutenant Inverni because the doctor is not inside the chain of command. Like the doctor cannot be the second officer or the first officer or anything like that, but they still are a serving officer on the starship, and regardless of the first officer's rank, they're still going to fall under the command of the first officer. Like if the doctor if the doctor became a lieutenant commander, they would still be under the command of the lieutenant who's XO. Because
Yeah,
they
no,
don't
I meant
fall under
more because Inverni's also a department head in addition to being XO.
Oh, Inverni is in charge of like 3 different departments: ops, science, and con.
Yeah, but not medical. So it's
Not
not my
medical.
problem.
No,
Yeah.
but it's XO, he is your problem.
Not my
So-
problem.
Yeah.
He's a department head.
You have an additional option you may pick when you spend determination. You may immediately add 3 momentum to the group pool. Yes,
And then I also
you
have faith
would
of the heart, so it'd be 4.
It is 4, yes.
Oh, then I can just spend all of that and hit.
You still have to use a value though, or
Yes. Or a directive.
or directive.
Which potentially prevent the loss of the colony.
Or record useful data.
There's a better one, I think, for you.
Yes.
The one that I think would apply the most
4
is record useful data and transmit it to Starfleet Medical or the Daystrom Institute.
We need the data to transmit it, so yes. Either way, 4.
Yes.
And then we spend all of that. We hit 10.
You hit 10.
That was the plan, to make us get a breakthrough by just giving the.
Hell yeah! High five.
Yeah.
So let me just record that down in my little. I forgot I had a favor of the planetary governor. Whoops.
Spirit of Discovery might actually be the first that I have to pick up.
Because you just saw that, you're like, oh.
Especially since momentum is so much
I was
more.
already thinking about it, and with it going from 3 to 4, like that's actually an incredible additional amount of utility.
God, I had Spirit of Discovery on Grennan for so long, and I used it like twice.
That's on you.
You're very conservative with your determinations, though.
Yeah, I was.
So, you get a breakthrough. There are not always going to be effects on a breakthrough, but in this case, there is one that happens as y'all learn this. The colony does have limited automated defensive weapons that they have avoided using because of their old nature. They are they can be lethal. Like it is difficult to use them in a non-lethal way, though the colonists are doing their best. And to aid that, they boost power to the defense grid so that its sensors can actually handle the weapons in a non-lethal manner. And as so in the background, you hear Governor Benwala talking, and he says, right, I agree. The situation is desperate. Let's increase power to the defense grid by 40%. And his comment and things you've been scanning give you a moment of inspiration in Vernie. The source of these mysterious theta waves must be the power plant.
I was acting like a lure.
When Inverni shares their thoughts, Dr. Tweer, you notice a system of sensitive skin patches on the beast. This beast at least seems to be sensitive to theta waves. Not in a like they would damage the beast, as in this beast can almost see around itself in theta waves, right? It one of the ways it understands its environment, like you understand with sight and sound and smell. It understands sight, sound, smell, and theta emissions.
Hand me that probe there. And he picks up, a silly looking, prop device, presses a button on it, and the tip of it lights up, and he presses it against the part on the creature's flesh, and some PA flips a switch that, makes a light emit from underneath the rug that they've dressed up to look like this alien creature.
But what are you doing, Doctor? I don't understand.
I am stimulating theta reaction from this skin fold right here. It would appear that these creatures are sensitive to theta emissions and are capable of sensing their environment through the context of theta emissions. The exact evolutionary nature of this is unknown and would require further research, but Lieutenant Inverni, I believe that even you can understand what this means.
Oh yes, even I can understand what that means. They're being lured into the power plant.
And that's when you see a flicking indicator on your scanner where you've been looking at these emissions. Suddenly, the theta emissions from the power plant have gone up 300%.
Oh no.
Oh God, they're like moths to the flame, and you've just lit in a forest fire.
Ah, God.
And that's when we go back.
I cannot believe the doctor's audacity just I believe even you know what that means. Bitch.
I think we've found our Kirk Spock relationship.
I love it.
Or sorry, not Kirk Spock, Spock McCoy.
I like Kirk Spock better. Love-hate relationship. I can see the ship coming in.
His quarters are being reassigned to the airlock.
Wow.
So the effect of the breakthrough is going to be that 2 Hekip Mastiffs show up. Separate from that,
Oh.
I will spend 2 threat. Bring a third one in. The blast has dissipated. That's gone away.
Uh-oh.
So has high atmospheric boom.
Oh, God.
So has the dust storm.
Helps us out.
Is the difficult terrain still there?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not guaranteed that traits will go away or stay. It kind of depends on the circumstances, the reason it was created.
Yeah, dust clouds evaporate and disperse into the air, but dirt doesn't unlevel itself.
Several Type 3, because of the consistent fighting, several of the Type 3s have burned out. You're down to reserve energy packs. So Desperate Defense will stay here, and Herd of Millions is still here. So, and so are your teams. And Brave Captain is still here. So, lots of things going on. And because of our 3 friends.
Oh God.
I'm going to gain 3 threat for each of them. Because they're menacing. But
Can you
Chief, the Chief, Artana is constantly watching and sees this renewed charge coming in, and so y'all will go first.
Can you tell we're making progress, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will tell you right now, you don't even need a roll for it. Like, if you take a glance at Solaris, like there is a hint of nervousness and a lack of confidence on her face now.
I'm with the science team.
What? So Solaris looks slightly perturbed instead of
Yes.
slightly non-perturbed?
Yes. There are millimeters of difference on her eyebrows. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Does Desperate Defense make it harder for us to attack them? Like for us being kind of freaked out, sort of? Is that like an emotional reaction?
It's not emotional. It's that you've run through most of your Phaser 3 power packs, and you've some of the wall has already been damaged because we haven't seen every attack y'all have repulsed. So it's not so much an emotional thing. It's y'all aren't Starfleet ground forces. There's only so much of this that y'all can manage. So y'all are getting down to the wire on whether or not you're prepared to keep going.
Oh jeez.
Was there something relevant if it was partially emotional?
Mental discipline. Vulcans can spend threat to shut off that thing for them. Unless you have Culinard, then it just costs 1. So if we were like low morale, the Vulcans in the group can spend to make that go. But it costs threat to do it because, well, is it no stress? Sorry, I'm wrong. It stresses us out. But it's I think just good old fashioned shooting because I'm thinking of trying to do. I'm thinking of shooting, and at this point, I've done my due diligence. I've tried to get them to back off. They're not backing off. My plan does not work. I have to make these colonies a lot of danger. So I am going to shoot.
You know what? I will let you spend it because you're able to shut off the part of your brain that says, this is going bad because I no longer have enough phaser power packs to fight for 3 more days. You don't care. You don't care that you don't have enough to fight for 3 more days because that's not your problem right now. Your problem is surviving the next 10 minutes, and you have enough power packs for that. So I will allow you to spend stress to ignore that because although it's not really a mental issue, there is a physical problem. You can compartmentalize and focus on you do have mental discipline to focus on the now and not worry about the implication of running out of phasers.
I'll certainly take that deal.
I think do you take how much stress do you take?
I take 2.
Okay.
I need culinary for it to be. Empty.
It's per the potency.
It's just straight. It's 2 to get rid of
Okay.
whatever it is. It costs 1 if it's culinary, but just a flat. Downside is if it goes up in potency if we become fatigued. So if we get enough stress that we hit fatigue, then it gets even worse.
I'll take the same deal too if you want to handle that now. Or wait till my turn.
Oh, sorry, it's worse. However, if you become fatigued, you increase the potency of any such emotion-related trait by 1. So if we start running out of stress, it's like we're fatigued. It's cool. Everything's worse now because you're tired.
Hits you all at once, yeah.
Yeah. I am going to minor action prepare my weapon for area.
Okay.
I'm going to spend resources to get an extra minor, I believe. Double checking.
I think I was thinking extra minors. Extra minors only 1.
Only 1? Okay, so 1. And I'm going to stay at stun. I have no reason to kill these things. Stun seems to work just fine. I'm going to be focusing on the weaker part of the line, so I'm going to fire over at this thing. But I'm areaing side. That's my primary target. I want to hit that guy in particular.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a full... Whoops. I'm going to give you a full mitt of threat. Want to hit. Plus I want extra severity.
Okay.
And I am going to spend toward the directive, prevent the loss of the colony. Every time we push back a wave, that's 1 extra moment where we're keeping the colony safe.
Yep.
In the most distant reaches of your mind, the phrase "protect the hive." You don't know why.
Hand phaser's focus. What's my diff? That rainbow.
Oh, because you've ignored desperate defense, you have a difficulty of 2 normally, 4 because of herd of millions. I think. Yep, I think that's it. You're gonna get 2 increased severity if you hit from the security team. And unfortunate. Well, I guess you could. Yeah, you do get 1 from Brave Captain. Because it doesn't shut off all emotional traits. It only shuts off the one
You don't want.
that you specifically spent against. So yes. Actually, I take that back. The difficulty should be 2 normally. Herd of Millions takes it to 4. You ignore Desperate Defense, but actually I think Brave Captain is a penalty against you because you did not want this is a desperate situation, and because she refused to take logical precautions, you're spending too much mental energy thinking about how, right, you can't just shoot the enemy. You every couple of seconds have to turn her and look over your shoulder. Has she gotten herself killed doing something stupid?
I would like to mental discipline that away.
Okay.
Ow.
I'll take
that. I'm literally giving you brain damage.
Yes. You're stressing me out, Captain.
Yeah, everybody else on the line is like buoyed by the captain, but you know how big of a problem this is. You told her how big of a problem it is, and she ignored you, and now it's bothering you.
God.
So you gotta shove it down like a good
But
boy.
now it's bothering you over there in that compartment that you've locked down.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I will play Calto regarding that topic later, mostly by throwing the pieces, but otherwise I'll be fine.
Ballistic Calto.
What, my Serenet? I have to end the rainbow.
Diff 4. Diff 4.
All right.
Diff 4, and if you hit severity is +2. Did you choose area or did you choose intense?
Area.
Area, okay. So effectively +1, so it's a 6 severity.
It hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits.
And you know what? I owe y'all 11 threat. Because NPCs don't just get to take stress to avoid injury, like that's only they do that, but you also have, it's not just stress you have to spend threat as well, and I did not realize that till just now, which makes it super expensive.
Oh, that hurts. Well, I mean, hey, I'm happy. I'm not going to complain.
So I'm not going to spend to keep this Hakip up. They go down.
And I am going to spend for area, so I'm going to add 2 more targets. Do you choose that or do I? I assume you do. Be my presumption. Oh, keep clicking on the Andromeda, not the Andromeda.
Additional targets in the same zone may be hit by spending. It does not say, so I think without finding a more specific rule, we have to decide, and I'm probably gonna say that theatrically, dramatically, narratively, I'm always gonna prioritize minor NPCs first, because like if you're fighting in a if you're watching an action scene or whatever, and they shoot a blast of phasers, the most important person who was targeted, right, is going to get hit, and then anyone else incidentally hit is going to be background, right? If you were trying to hit someone else important, they would have been the focus of the attack. So I'll say that you could hit the other NPC. You just have to spend to hit all of the miners before I start going up the ladder.
That makes sense. I'll take that. I'll take that deal. But that's my fire. That's my shot.
So you just spent 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's repeatable, but not an immediate, so I can't spend threat to do.
The captain allows y'all to keep and continue going.
Okay. Well.
Oh wow.
I haven't taken any shots at people. By the way, it's fine if I spend 2 stress to get rid of the desperate defense modifier too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then, yeah, I can't direct because we don't have any momentum. So why don't I also? I'm not great at combat, but I'll take a pot shot at that guy. Okay. So let me double check what my options are here because I haven't fired a gun in the system yet. So with the phaser type 3, it has the qualities of stun and deadly. We want stun and the effects of accurate and charge. What do accurate and charge do? I'm trying to find it.
Accurate
2, 4,
means that
1.
if you aim, you get to reroll 2 dice instead of 1. Charge means you can choose piercing, intense. So piercing goes against resistance. Intense lowers the cost to do additional severity. And area allows you to hit more targets at a reduced severity.
And we only have 1 minor per turn, right? Unless you spend a resource.
That is
Right.
correct.
All right, then I will simply spend 1 minor to aim, and I'm aiming at that guy.
Okay.
And we are rolling control security. Focus isn't going to matter.
You're looking at a difficulty of 2, with an increased difficulty of 2 to 4 for Herd of Millions. And you you can get the benefit of the ops team to bring that because you can command them. The reason the other 2 can't use each other's teams is right. They don't have the authority, but you have the authority to direct both teams. So, should be diff 4. Ops team brings it to diff 3. Security will give you extra damage if you hit, and you can't benefit from Brave Captain because you are the Brave Captain.
Okay. So we're looking at diff 3?
Yes.
Okay. Take a threat. And I'm rerolling that comp. Okay, look at that. Now, what do I roll for damage?
You don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have challenge dice anymore.
That's
so you
what
target
I
this
thought.
one?
This one, yes.
Okay. Severity 5. Increased to severity 7. Ugh.
Suddenly the threat math's coming into it. I'm seeing how this can be. Seeing it from your side, like, that feels annoying. Interesting, though.
Yeah.
It gives real potency to choosing that phaser type 3 because the enemies just have to put in a lot more effort if they're gonna overcome the fact that you're using that heavy artillery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like previously threat and momentum inflation were kind of out of whack at the end of 1E, and now they both seem to be more limited resources, really encouraging you to spend them wisely.
Mm-hmm.
So, you gain 1 momentum.
Mm-hmm.
And anything else before it passes to them?
Could we spend that 1 momentum on intent, or can you not do that after the fact?
You would have to spend.
No, you would have had to charge for intense.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't. Okay. Then we will let it go to them.
All right. The first one is going to sprint.
You're saying is that the scientists didn't do anything. Second breakthrough wouldn't have. The first breakthrough wouldn't have happened. To be.
Yep.
Yep.
Science made this worse, as always.
So they can't sense that you're in a desperate defense. They don't get any bonus from that. They still get the one from. They do know that they outnumber you though, so
yeah,
they get the bonus from that one. Oh no!
Huh.
Well, fortunately, they get 2 from having Herd of Millions, and they'll spend 1 additional one to get over the gap.
Yeah, they kind of splash into the water for a minute, but they pull themselves up.
All right. For an extra major.
Come at me.
Minor to prepare. 3 for determination on drawn to mate. You are in the way of something that is desperately important. And I will spend another one on to buy a 3rd die.
Who are they swinging at?
You.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It just dawned on me. When something's attacking me in an opposed roll, I still have to roll daring security. I think I do have things that let me use my fitness instead of my daring. That's if I'm making a melee attack. I don't think that's happening. I'm defending myself.
Pretty sure melee is always opposed.
That's what I'm saying, right?
It would be like
it's shooting
massive...
in touch that may not be opposed, but yeah, melee is always opposed, I think.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that normally when I do a melee attack, if I'm making a melee attack, I can use fitness instead of daring. But I'm not the one making the attack; it is. So I think I use daring.
Let me double check.
That would be a big nerf to that talent.
Yeah, it just dawned on me on the wording. I was like, wait a minute. If I'm being really strict on myself, that would be the strict reading.
The wording is that you're, making your own opposed melee attack against their melee attack.
Yeah, that's the that's the for cause. Yeah.
It's like.
I thought I'd bring it up. Like, I'm not sure.
I would see it as you could still use your fitness, but that's me.
Yep.
I think that's okay.
Applied force security one.
Yeah.
Nerve pinch, just a different kind of attack. Science instead of medicine, but science or medicine instead of security, which I'll never do that.
Mm-hmm.
Security's higher. So. Oops, I clicked. No, co-pilot, go.
Yeah,
Oh, that's what you meant.
So yeah, that gets into the weeds about whether you making a melee attack. If they force you into an opposed, are you technically making a melee attack because you are also rolling? I'm not going to get into those weeds, and I'm just going to say in melee, you get the benefit of that talent.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's melee takes 2 to tango. It's about 2 people entering a scuffle together. This is not in this system. You can't do a one-sided melee unless the other person is unaware.
Context, that's a weird phrase to use.
Wait, what did I say?
It takes 2 to tango. It just my brain was like, I know what you mean. My brain just jumped to a weird spot.
Oh God.
Hey, at least it's not political. So how many dice are they rolling at me?
They
spent determination.
They spent determination and have a scene trait, so they are 4 up before rolling.
Oh my god.
I'll go full mitt because I do have a focus in hand-to-hand combat. This may be, if nothing else, I should try to, because I was debating self-reliant. That's why. Mm-hmm.
And I correct myself. I think I am correct in saying they are not benefiting from desperate defense, but it's still penalizing you unless, does that last for the whole scene or is it just one roll?
Oh, mental.
Yeah, mental discipline.
Further your maximum stress space in your fitness, and you may suffer 2 stress to avoid suffering any trait that represents an emotional state. Stops there.
Okay, so to continue avoiding desperate defense and brave captain is going to cost stress again.
I don't know how hard these things. That exchange. When does fatigue kick in? I think it's when I fit. Also, I need room to be punched. Maximum stress. Okay, so if I max out, that's fatigue. Got it. So yeah, I will spend my 2 stress to avoid those. I'll tune those out.
2 for each, right? Because
Yep.
you don't have Kolinar.
Yep.
4
total. Ow.
4th, is that 4 threat to me?
Nope, 4 stress.
Oh, 4 stress. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. You're basically getting free damage because I'm stressing out.
Yeah, you can literally kill yourself trying to maintain stoicism as a Vulcan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means
Wow,
they're only benefiting from Herd of Millions and their determination spend. So they're only up by 4 rather than 7 if you were a non-Vulcan.
And I will, and for the full med of dice I'm getting, I'm gonna spend 1 momentum and then the rest in. So I'm only giving you 5.
Only. And this is a. Sorry, I didn't mean to give that threat to you.
I mean, I'll take it, if I'm turning on the party, but seems like an odd narrative point.
You've made me do it. I'm gonna make you do it.
I asked you. I didn't make you nothing. I've made Varder, but good. There. Back now.
As a bonus, all of your values I think would apply to this situation. It's just
I have no way to get it. Yeah.
You haven't challenged anything. Or nothing else has become more difficult. You could challenge something, but yeah.
Yeah, no, all this lines up with what I am.
Okay. I lost track. Did I? Yes, I already bought dice. Oh no. So they've got 5 hits.
6 for me.
Despite everything being wrong and being intense in this situation, you're able to use your Vulcan-like strength to hold this beast back. Whereas, right, the ops officer had to duck and dodge and try to get under it and shoot. You're actually just like manhandling the beast.
I am, as part of resolving the attack, I'm going to just move out of reach. I can't counterattack. I can't afford to counterattack anyway. Oh, this is dangerous. Turn.
Where do you see that?
290.
290. Where? Oh, sorry. Sorry, my PDF may say it's 290, but it's not because there's a forward and all those things in the front.
294 then, sorry.
Help me find.
Stage 3, resolve attack. And if attack was opposed and target 1, then they may either move out of reach if in melee, or spend 2 momentum to counterattack.
Yep. Okay.
Believe me, I want to counterattack and nerve pinch the hell out of it, but I don't have the points. Like, I want to nerve pinch the mammoth.
That's a phrase.
Come here! You have a nerve cluster somewhere in your foot, right?
I mean, generally, yeah.
In an unrelated area, the science officer sees a minor burst of theta radiation from somewhere other than the reactor.
Oh.
I'm gonna spend 2 to keep.
Just drop this and not elaborate further. Anyway, I'm killing you.
No, I mean, you're about to see what they did. Just taking me a second to explain. As the larger Hakit Mastiff in the back roars, urging its brethren on.
Oh, so they can just, like, do a theta radiation roar.
Which actually kind of tells us that they think that there is a giant one of them as a prisoner or something in here.
Or like a whole bunch of people signaling they're, hot and bothered, ready to have some action.
Yeah.
So the assist.
Pain.
And then this oh, do you need a minor to move into reach? I don't think you do. Like, because they're in the same zone as you. Do they need another minor to re-enter melee? Because you've moved out of melee.
Reach is a range band.
Yeah, reach, you get to move into reach for free. You can just declare you're moving into reach for free.
That's true.
When you move into a zone, but it doesn't say anything about being able to move into reach for free when you're already in the zone. Right? They're not moving into close. They're already in close range of you. And when they charged originally, they got to move into reach for free because they just declared it when they reached close.
Oh, well,
they're already in close though, so that they don't get that free move into reach, I don't think. I think unless you see something different, I think you need a minor if someone's disengaged. But they're still in the same range band.
Yeah, minor to move up to get into reach. And yeah, because he would have spent his turn getting into my reach as part of his major, and then he got to major and attack me. So minor to close in from close into.
So he's gonna spend 1 to move into for an extra minor. Is that repeatable? It is not.
On the off chance the beastie counts as a hazard, then you might have a reroll. What?
That's funny. I don't think it's true, but that'd be a funny use of it.
Technically, it is a hazard, but.
And then I'm going to spend 3. Let me double check I'm allowed to do this.
That's what I was checking. Actually, I'll be fair here. 286. As part of making an attack in melee, you move into reach. That's part of making the melee attack.
Then I'll still do that, but it's for prepare because that's what I really wanted to do.
Yeah. Works the same way as most other 2d20s. I was thinking that sounded weird. I was like, hold on, let me make sure I'm not full of. No, I am. Unofficial as it would be.
And I'm trying to double check. I think notables are allowed to spend threat to gain a point of determination multiple times.
It just costs 3 threat every time.
3 threat every time. But I wanted to double check that before I did anything violent with tusks. But I don't know where that information is.
Bad guys get values. Should be able to spend to them. Spend for them. Have determination.
No, and they don't get determination. They spend 3 to get a benefit normally given by determination, but they don't actually get the point of determination because for like talents and stuff, NPCs can't use any talent or any talents that would give any benefit for determination are basically null. So like a human NPC might spend 3 threat to gain a point of determination and do something, but Faith of the Heart won't proc because they don't actually get a point of determination.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it nullifies any talent. NPCs can't make use of any talent that give determination. I remember it calling that out specifically. I can't find it.
That's just determination. More steps.
346.
Does it say what we think it says?
It just to determination. Similarly, when the value would be beneficial, the NPC may spend 3 threat to gain the benefits of spending determination. But it doesn't say anything about not being able to spend it multiple times.
Okay, yeah, because they're not. They don't have determination. You just, if the value could apply, you're allowed to spend 3 threat to get a benefit.
And the player benefit is that you're burning through threat. So even though this is bad for me, this is good for us as a group.
All right, so before rolling, it has 2 from Herd of Millions, 2 from Desperate Defense, 1 from Brave Captain, so that's 5. 2 from Determination, 7, 2 from the Assist, 9. But it has no extra dice, so it's rolling 1 dice. So let me roll that, and then you'll know what you need to achieve. Oh, well, okay. So difficulty 9.
I'll spend 2 to get rid of Desperate Defense. I'll just eat the Captain difficulty. Not a whole lot I can do. I don't have the stress to afford it.
Okay. So that brings you down to div 7.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. On to directive because exactly what. Okay.
You could challenge. You could challenge. Avoid ecologic damage by committing to a lethal counterattack.
I'll do that.
So that'll give you a point of determination and a reprimand.
I am gonna spend it towards some for a single warning, not 2. It's like I gave you every chance to back off, and you were
did?
in my face. I'm gonna nerve pinch you till you stop moving.
That brings you to effectively diff 5.
And actually, I owe you threat to make it deadly, I suppose. I'm doing a deadly attack. And also I owe you 5 threat because I'm going to spend 1 momentum and then the rest as a full mitt for dice. Hand-to-hand combat.
That's 5. That makes you even.
4, 5. Plus 2 because of my spend. My value spend.
Yeah, but so before you did anything, it was at so we'll just ignore Desperate Defense because you got rid of that. So Brave Captain is 1, Herd of Millions is 3. It spent Determination to get to 5, and then it got an assist from the Direct to bring it up to 7.
Oh, so we're tied.
So you're tied.
Oh. That's
unless unless you have something to change that. Unless you can think of something to change that.
Well, who succeeds in an opposed?
Yeah, I have no idea. We're about to find out.
Yeah. I'd look into it if it's to my detriment, but I think I'd have to do something else. I think I'm okay. Oh. 2, 5, 6. The active character makes their task roll. The difficulty of this roll is equal to the number of successes the reactive. I am the difficulty. So if tie goes to the person
was
initiating.
7.
All right, so now I have a problem. Else I can do. Can't. The best I could do is challenge again. I don't think. No, I can't. You can't spend multiple values. I don't get a reroll for my abilities. Security does not apply here. He hits me.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No way out of that.
There's no one serving aboard, with the exception of maybe the senior chief. There is no one serving aboard the Andromeda who had a hope facing an enraged beast like this, except for the Master at Arms. But in the end, even they struggled against such an enraged beast.
And you're
'Cause
still.
I'm thinking any other no one else would have been able to ignore Desperate Defense, and they would have been screwed by that. Being Vulcan and really.
The plus side is a non-lethal injury, so.
And you're still going to get that reprimand.
It was worth it. It was worth the gamble. That really could have done really cool stuff if I nailed him.
Okay,
It was my only hope.
Okay, the benefit of that prepare was that it gets to add intense.
Oh god.
So this is intense, debilitating. Oh, sorry. Let me go back and look. Where does it say? Point me to where it says the cost of declaring a deadly attack. Because in my mind, while I was doing this, I thought their tusks were only deadly, but they're not. They are stun and deadly. So the default assumption is stun, right? Because I didn't say anything. So
290. It talks about or 294. You must choose whether you intend to inflict stun or deadly injury. If you choose to inflict a deadly injury, add 1. And I actually imagine with deadly things, you end up just giving threat if you're a deadly only weapon. Like player wise, you'd be adding the threat because you're using a deadly item all the time.
All right, then I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm going to spend that threat because you gave me 5, right? So I had 1 before you started doing things.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to let you take another moment to re-go over any other options you had because
No,
this wouldn't have changed whether you could succeed or not, but it would have changed whether you decided to take extra risks. So I'll.
No, I would have gone all in because that was my only hope to rebuff him. Because if I sit there and let him hit me with the deadly and I don't spend all of it, I'm gonna take the severity anyway. I'm gonna max out my stress, so I don't have enough stress to suffer the deadly injury.
Well, I didn't know if there was some ability or value or something that you were like break only in case of emergency.
I think the only extra thing you had was the avoid the captain one with stress.
Yeah, and I even avoid that one. Yeah, I chose not to avoid the captain one. I avoided because I don't have enough. I can't avoid both. I can only avoid one or the other, and I avoided the one that cost 2. I'm down.
Oh, because what you don't actually have enough stress left to do. Okay. Because if you had enough that you'd consider it, that is what I'm walking back because it's important that you know it's lethal before I ask you to commit to that. But if you're saying that you had no choice, then...
that was me throwing everything I had. Oh, and also says 2. The good thing
okay, this is.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
This is a weird one, but doesn't the senior chief have an ability that adds like?
No, he
sense thing?
He can't benefit from anything related to his character sheet. He's here.
Okay.
Because
but only narratively, not
because he's narrative, but he's not a focus of the story.
Gotcha.
Right, there's something else right now that the senior chief's doing that prevents him. Like he's probably over here like directing Griffin or something, right? And it's just in this moment he's not there to help. So
Severe's the hit.
4.
Oh, I have armor on. Not that that might help somewhat. I'm smart.
And a shield.
Shield.
No, they don't have a
Defense
shield.
No, that was someone else. Never
No, they
No.
have personal armor. They have body armor. Whatever. They have the 2 protection version.
Yep. So 2 of that severity is chipped away.
That's still more than your.
But it matters for keeping me from dying. Because severity is what determines how hard it is to pick you back up. I'm not insta dead, but I am.
There is no insta death. Yeah. The scene would have to end. And one of the players hasn't gone yet, so.
Have one or more deadly injuries and are defeated. You are dying. Anyway, yeah. Definitely down, no matter. I might have. Oh well. I'll talk about it later. I am down with the deadly.
So debilitating to heal, the difficulty is increased by 1. So it's severity 2, but difficulty 3 to heal, right? Because you ignore. It's normally severity 4. You ignore 2, so we're counting it as severity 2.
Yeah.
And debilitating makes the difficulty 3. I will spend 1 momentum because they took all that effort to prepare, and they have RAM to spend on intense once to increase the severity to. Normally, this would be increasing it to 5. Your protection reduces that to 3. Severity 3, difficulty 4 to heal. And we go to you. We go to y'all. You have the ops officer and the doctor. Dr. Tweer, you or Conway do have the ability to rush to the scene at the cost of not being able to help on the ongoing science. Like you get the call, you have to leave Inverni to solve this problem on her own. To come to the chief's aid, or you or the corpsman do, or the ops officer is going to have to do this on her own. Or y'all could use a support.
Yeah, because here's then the question.
There's at
Inverni,
least
Inverni,
one
you think?
engineer.
Yeah, Inverni, you think you can handle this round of it yourself? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Inverni may have stepped away. You
I
may have
mean-
to make this decision.
Sorry, I had someone just talk to me. What?
We're trying to determine whether or not you think you'd be good to tackle this
Yes, go.
this round yourself. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. That means I can go and help.
Yep.
You can swoop to the rescue.
So just to get here, you're gonna have to take a major action sprint.
Does it help at all that I can fly?
Because doesn't the ability you have allow you to cross additional distance with flight, basically? If I recall what Aurelians do? If you took that as a base ability.
No, but just the fact that I don't have to take the most... the fact that I can go as the crow flies and not have to deal with any... any negative terrain.
Yeah.
So the difficulty normally would be difficulty 0 because there's no trait on the scene that makes it difficult, but because of your suggestion, I'll spend 2 to create the trait I'll spend 2 to create the trait Congested Streets 1, which you can ignore with the trait Aurelian.
Cool. Okay, so other people have to deal with that, but I
Yes.
don't. Cool. I'll take it. Okay, cool. So then I'm able to just get there.
No, you still have to take the major action. You just don't have to spend any momentum to move.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then I will spend my major action to get there.
All right, that's gonna be Fitness Con, difficulty 0. Anything else on the scene that would?
Hey, that's 2 momentum.
I'll actually give you a free hit for Brave Captain. This beast is still here, thrashing over the walls as some of the security team try to fire and fight it back, and the captain's right there in the mix, guiding you, like pointing out to you exactly where you need to be, and then kind of giving you the basic detail of the wound. So I'll give you you'll gain 3 momentum.
Cool. Then I can spend 2 of that momentum to swift task, can I? Can't I?
You can. So the difficulty is normally
on 292, but it gives 2 different. Because there's the diff 2, and then there's the equal to injury severity. I don't know why you'd.
Because you don't have to take stress. You can just be defeated. So that difficulty 2 is what you roll if someone decided not to take any stress damage. They just went down.
Right. But you suffer an injury when you're defeated. Like I didn't avoid the injury. I got injured. That's why I'm down.
Hold.
Because when you suffer an injury, they are also defeated. Fall prone, can't take any action. It's just that deadly defeated means I am dying. Oh, I understand. If I was just non-lethally injured, I'm just defeated. If you just do if you just remove the defeated condition, I pop up and I'm fine. I still have the injury, which is a problem. And it's ended on next turn, but whatever. A deadly injury is like if I have that, I'm dying. If you take off defeated, sure I pop up, but I'm still dying. I'm just awake.
Yeah, so you don't actually need to do the diff 2 to bring them back from defeated. What you need to do is treat the injury. I think treating the injury also clears the defeated state.
Because you no longer have the injury anymore.
Yeah. It's just.
Or rather, I'm not suffering the penalty of the injury, but yeah.
Well,
because injuries stick
no
with you.
There, yeah, if the injury's no longer there, there's nothing keeping you defeated. So you're looking. So right now, this trait, this injury, is represented by a trait that is difficulty. It is laceration 4. So you need to succeed at a diff 4 daring medicine.
Okay. Cool. And there still is momentum on the board, right?
You spent it to take your thing.
You spent it to.
Didn't we get 3?
You got 3, yeah.
Oh,
there should be 1 on the board. And so actually the injury is only laceration 3, but it's debilitating, so the difficulty goes up from 3 to 4, and your swift task, so the difficulty goes up from 4 to 5.
Cool.
Physician, I will allow you to use physician to bring this from 5 back down to 4.
I feel like this is a time for determination.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a value or thing I can spend. Most of my values are related to solving medical mysteries, and
Not a mystery what happened to me. It's laceration. It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the beast. He's right there. It's obvious.
Yeah. The only 2 I could think of would either be Don't Fly Too Close to the Sun or The Canary in the Coal Mine.
I mean, the character who got hurt here kind of flew a lot too close to the sun, and that's
Yeah.
why he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could go for that.
No, but you are flying too close to the sun right now, because the thing that is in danger of having killed him is like a meter or 2 away from you. And if you want to save him, you have to do it within reach of this beast. Like removing Artana far enough away that you're not flying too close to the sun would in fact probably kill them.
Cool. Awesome.
So what I'll actually do is I will offer you a determination. But the downside will be that even if you succeed, Artana will permanently get the trait facial laceration.
And that's if I take the determination.
That's if you take the determination. Because right now you are flying too close to the sun. This is holding you back. The other thing you can do is choose to strike out you're flying too close to the sun. You'd gain a point of determination, but I don't know what you'd spend it on.
Right, yeah, because that's
Maybe
the thing.
spend it towards,
I need a value to spend on.
Could you spend it towards the mission directive, prevent the loss of the colony? Because Chief Master
No.
Arms is like the most... Okay.
No, because maybe in an earlier scene, but Tawir actually knows what should be done to save the colony, and it's not save Artana, right? It's go help the scientist figure out how to fix the reactor.
Right.
Provide medical aid? Question mark.
But that's to the colony, not to So no, I don't.
I don't really have anything.
I don't know that you have any way to spend a determination here, but you can get one to help later.
I'm not going to get one.
But you get one either way. It's just a matter of.
So it's not, the choice is get the determination and Artana gets a permanent trait, or strike out the value.
Right. Like there's no instance of this where I actually get to spend a determination.
No.
I just don't have a value for it. I don't have anything that'll let me do it. Because this is very...
You still can do the task.
Right? Yeah, I can still do the task. I just don't have anything that'll let me spend determination. I do have...
Yeah, and you just...
But you're going to get one either way for spending later in the episode.
Yeah. I do have an emergency medicine focus. I'm going to spend 1 momentum.
I think medical kit might also just give you a hit here.
Oh, that's right. Medical kits actually do something now, don't
Yeah.
they?
But I think doesn't the
totally-
doctor still have to decide which of those two options?
No, he only really qualifies for one without giving up his only support character.
All right.
Yeah, I just gotta confirm that. Volunteer reporter for duty. Technology and weapons. It'll be somewhere around like page 240, something like that. Toolkits, weapons, gear, tools. Here we go.
I think it's the emergency surgery kit.
Medical devices, engineering devices. What? Why is it like this? A few are considered part of a med kit, which is
Okay.
Oh, okay. It has an opportunity cost if you're not a medical personnel. That's the thing it notes. If a character is in sickbay when a specific medical device is required, reduce the opportunity cost by 1 to a minimum of.
So what it is you have the dermal regenerator, the laser scalpel, and the hypo spray, right?
Right. I don't have the emergency surgical kit.
You don't.
Which is fine.
But I think because it's a laceration, I think the dermal regenerator is going to give you a hit here, and I will give you a hit for hypo spray as well. I don't think you need to do any internal surgery, so I don't think the laser scalpel is relevant.
Okay. So that brings the difficulty to what?
So you were at difficulty 5. I think this brings it down to 3. Am I correct? Am I missing anything, anyone?
No, that sounds about right. You said daring medicine?
Daring medicine.
Daring medicine. Okay. Ooh, it's rough. Okay. I'm gonna spend a momentum.
Oh, physician brings it down.
Brings it down again.
Brings it down to 2.
2.
If 2.
Okay. Take 2 threat, just because I want to get this.
All right. The Master at Arms thanks you.
And I did spend 1 momentum, so I do have cautious here. Okay, thank you.
You generate 2 momentum. And you gain a point of determination. And Chief Aratana, you will permanently. And I guess you.
No, I didn't take that determination.
There's no choice.
That's what we were explaining. There's no choice. You either get the complication or you strike out the value.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to make a choice. You are getting a determination. You can't
because you're being held back, right? You're being held back, and you have to either push through or let it overwhelm you.
2E complies are very mean. They're helpful too because you get a determination no matter what. I don't mind taking the scar if you like that value.
Yeah, I do kind of like that value.
Yeah, I'll take the scar. Adds
something
to
I
my
want to
mystique.
the character.
So yeah, I think you could get away with it through a trait through reputation, right? You could eventually, but other than that, you'll gain the trait facial laceration. You slowly come. Actually, you abruptly come to consciousness. Your vision clouded and bloody, as you see the doctor and the captain above you. the captain's still having that brave scene trait, right? So imagine the captain is standing above you, like firing a phaser out to the distance. And you kind of can tilt your head and see the beast thrashing, and your 2 security personnel and some engineers desperately beating it and firing at it. And
so combat wise, I did a thing, it did a
it would y'all would have to keep, because the doctor
just went.
But I am going to spend 4 to reveal.
Oh God, what now?
Captain,
Hello.
you're in a desperate fight, and you're struggling even with all the help you have, but Dr. Tawir passes on their findings once the chief is healed, and as much as you don't want it to be true, the only way to fix this is to dispatch the ops and engineering teams to go assist the XO. You're gonna have to you can stay here and keep fighting, but this seems like a lost fight. You need to find some way to hold out for another hour or two with just the 2 security personnel and a severely wounded Aratana and maybe the senior chief, and send most of your crew to go actually solve the problem.
What do I think about keeping the ops team and just sending the engineering team out to work on the generator?
Insight command, difficulty 2.
Oh, I'm really good at that. I have a focus in warp core mechanics. This
will be no, this is not a warp core.
Okay.
It is a matter antimatter reactor, but it's not
Sure.
It doesn't include the warp core components.
Structural engineering. I don't know if I have a focus close enough.
No, because the structural part's not the problem. You would need something like EPS or matter antimatter reactions,
Right.
theta waves.
All right. I'm taking the momentum. Okay, and then get it back.
The defense is hopeless. You can manage for a little bit longer, but keeping the ops team is not gonna give you any more time.
Okay.
Essentially, the scene's about to change.
Mm-hmm.
You can either Griffin takes her turn here, or she goes and assists the science officer, and y'all get 2 cracks at that can, plus the +2 from an engineering team and the +1 from an ops team. Right. The thing you're realizing is all the eggs have to go in the fix the problem basket. You can't hold out in the defense any longer.
Makes sense to me.
You gain a momentum.
Yeah. So we break even there. Yeah, she is going to kind of like look around and do she had one of her fists or one of her hands balled up into a fist. And she's just going to look around, survey the battlefield, have a slight furrow to her brow, and she's going to flip open her communicator and say, ops and engineering teams, you have to pull back and you have to shut down that generator. It's the only way we'll make it through this fight. Everyone else, we just have to hold out long enough for them to shut down that generator.
So it is still up to you, Griffin, whether you take your action here or you agree to go help the science team and take your turn there. Because it is your action.
How far away is the Andromeda?
I
know what you're thinking, and I don't think we have time.
It's like 3 miles away.
Okay.
If you explain what your entire thought process is, I can give you a better answer.
I was wondering if I would be better suited to try and provide air support, basically.
No, the Andromeda does take. I guess the problem with that is the only way it's feasible is if you do have at least a majority of the engineering team and the ops personnel to help you, because you as much as you wish you could, Griffin can't one man fly a starship.
I was hoping I maybe could for like 10 minutes or so.
Well, no, because the ship is not powered up and ready to go. You need engineers to start the reactors. You'll need someone at phasers while you're firing. It's just because even if you could get off the ground, right, your tasks are going to be either flying the ship or shooting, not both. You'll need someone else there to take actions.
I can technically do both because of my talent setup, but yeah.
Well, no, you can use the console to do both. What I mean is you can't, right, you don't have 5 actions around like you're a one-person bridge crew, right? You still only get 1 action around, unless even swift tasking, right? You can't do literally all the positions.
No, I'd only be able to fly and fire, and I was hoping that would be enough.
And the other problem is it's not up to you. It's up to Lieutenant Revere. So you would have to convince Lieutenant Revere to do that. If you go along with the captain's orders, or you don't need his approval, or if you stay here, right, he's not going to physically try to pull you back. So you could take a shot, but to actually go to the ship, you would need his support to do that, which would be a check in its own right. So theoretically possible, but you would need a monumental effort not only to convince Tavir, but to get everyone to the ship in time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, not impossible, but definitely the most difficult path forward.
It seems impractical, at least. And I was, hoping there would be a way through for it, but it seems like not really. All right, then yeah, I will head over to help with the power reactor.
All right, then give me give me control command, as you have to get your team and guide the engineering team to where they need to be. Congested streets is going to make this difficulty 1.
Okay. Navigation then, since I'm trying to get through congested street.
Yes.
All right. Cool. I have a focus on it too. Yeah, I don't think I can really argue for any differences here. Like I do have to go command, I think. And probably control. Yeah. All right. Difficulty 2, you said?
Difficulty is normally 0. Congested streets brings it up to 1.
Or goes to 1. I'll roll flat, I guess, then. Have any rerolls or anything? Yeah.
All right.
Well, I hit the 1.
Yeah.
Godzilla.
Attack of the 50-foot helmsman.
All right. Lieutenant Inverney, you arrive at the power plant. And faced with the difficulty of solving this all by yourself, and Corman Conway is probably daunting. And just when you think the situation could not get any worse, hope arrives in the form of the ship's ops and engineering departments, led by Chief Griffin.
Yay. Inspiring. Okay, so. Huh. We know this thing's putting off the radiation that's getting these things worked up. We need to either change the signal so that it's pull them away, suppress it, and have the side of potentially shadowing a signal outside the colony that will draw them that way instead.
Give me insights, engineering difficulty 1.
How about I give you a momentum because I've done the reading and make that a science roll.
All right.
Because I have an engineering of 1. And that also gives me a focus, so.
Yep.
Nah. I'll give you a threat for a 3rd just to try and generate something here.
And you generate 3 momentum. Everything shows this to be a standard M4 type antimatter or matter antimatter reactor, and you you happen to just be reading the manual for this the other day because a very similar series is on the Bellerophon, and this should not be emitting theta waves. It's under normal operations, it would not be doing that.
Oh, okay. So that's an abnormality in its own right, which means there's something wrong, which needs to be fixed, which means we need to locate the problem.
I remind you that obtain information is a possibility.
Yes. Well, I can't just ask you what the problem is unless I can.
Let me double check. I mean, look at the wording of my answer to that is look at the wording of obtain information. I don't know what it is off the top of my head either, but that'll tell you what you can and can't ask.
Time to find that in the book.
Obtain information. You ask the game master a single question about the scene by spending 1 momentum. The question must be related to the task attempted, and the game master must answer truthfully but doesn't have to give complete information.
Oh, okay.
If there's no information your character could determine, I can say I don't know and refund it to you. So you can ask anything you want related to this reactor or the scene, and I will answer truthfully, though I may not say everything.
Yeah, so it's a reactor, it's here on the colony. Other modifications have been made by the colonists on the reactor. Like non-standard modifications that have been put onto this thing.
Yes. It's been modified to use substandard dilithium as a regulator for the matter-antimatter reaction.
Mm-hmm. Would I'm like, do I want to then ask if that? Do I want to? Y'all are free to have input as well, especially you, Chief. You're here.
Yeah, I sure am here. I also sure do have a science score of 2.
Well, I mean, this was an engineering roll. I just made it science.
Sorry, I have an engineering of 2. I have
okay.
4 2s.
Lovely. Yeah, I might as well ask the follow-up question of could these or are these if I can be specific of are these modifications responsible for the unexplained theta radiation that shouldn't be here? It was theta, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that was a question.
It's theta radiation, right? Well, that would be
Genie.
momentum.
Genie rolls of momentum.
Now asking for infinite questions?
Yes. That is your sensor your tricorder scans confirm that is the source. It's a combination. It's not just that the reaction chamber has been modified, it's that it's been modified to support a crude form of dilithium, and that dilithium is producing an unsafe reaction. So
Gotcha.
both parts of that problem are key to the theta wave emissions.
Got you. Actually, as a question to you, not with the thing, is was this constituting a a task that was assisted by using a tricorder or other scanning device. Was that how this was
Yes.
done or no? Okay.
Yes,
so
you wouldn't
could
have
we
been
get-
allowed to make this task unless you had
Okay.
a tricorder.
So if we could grab one momentum back, because as the role ability is for science officer, I may ask one additional question as if I had spent momentum on obtained information.
Yep.
Hilarious. Okay, so we know what's causing the problem. It's the modifications here, which means we really just shutting this down or finding a way to solve the quick option would be shutting it down.
Oh, also, I think
But shutting down a reactor is hard.
also shutting it down has long-term negative consequences for the colony because you don't know when
It does.
it could get replaced.
Well, yeah. So we need.
Well, we could shut it down, try and fix it with the hope that we could power it back up, right?
Well, yeah, I would think of it as there's two paths. There's shutting it down and accepting that's going to have long-term consequences, or there's trying to fix it. Shutting it down temporarily and then trying to fix it is just fixing it.
Right. Okay.
When we talk about shut down, we would mean and you don't have immediate plans to turn it back on in the next day or so.
Got it.
Got
Yeah.
it.
So definite plans to fix it the next day or so. But it's like if we shut it down for the immediate, so that we're not having so that the beacon is not lit for dinner.
Yeah, because
that is
there's
actually,
a difficulty decrease for just disabling it in a way that you can just force it to shut down in a way that's going to probably melt the reaction chamber, but it will be turned off in 2 minutes, right? And this problem will go away. And then there's the longer solution that is going to be more difficult. It does turn the reactor off, but it does it in a way that you can turn it back on.
Yeah, so we'll
I would
do the
definitely
long route
go for
there.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, like we do want to preserve the longevity of the colony. Taking away their power supply is not acceptable for that purpose, but we do want this thing shut off so that we can affect the appropriate measures to prevent this from happening while it's on. So we'll take the long option.
Right.
Long shutdown.
Fix it.
All right. This is going to be daring engineering. Difficulty 2 normally. Engineering team brings the diff down to 0, and ops team brings it to 1 free hit.
1 free hit. Charming. Delightful, even.
Right. Yes. The cost of that is if y'all can't get this into actions, then we have to, we have to see if the 3 of the other characters with 2 supports can survive an attack wave. So
so this is very much it's time to burn anything we may or may not have to ensure that this does happen. As a question potentially, does the what's his nuts planetary governor happen to have particular knowledge or information about this core that could be helpful to this ongoing process? Because I have a favor with him.
In exchange for that favor, he will tell you honest and truthfully that he was unaware of this modification, that modification was made by the colony's system maintenance specialist. Okay. That the reactor is maintained by the maintenance specialist, that the governor, and you can tell that he's being truthful and honest with you. He didn't know that this was done.
Okay. I mean, helpful for legal proceedings later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't know anything about this.
Yeah. Okay. It was worth it to see if I could potentially get extra momentum out of anything here.
Also means he's not going to fight us on this. He wants to help us.
Yeah. He's like, oh no. Right. So, Chief, I believe. So we've got 2 attempts, and that's what, 1 for each of us. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, assuming one of you doesn't assist the other, then you only get
Yeah.
1.
So what I can do here, Chief. So we need to pass 2 successful tasks, or we need to pass 1 task.
No, you need to get 10 progress, which would only be
10 progress.
achievable
Right.
through succeeding in having a 5 each time, or spending to make up the difference.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And does this still have resistance on it, or no?
It does have resistance of
Fuck.
2.
Okay. So I've got a 4 if I did the reading, which then means I'm only making 2 progress, and I've got nothing to do piercing unless there's something I can use to get a piercing effect.
Giving yourself a temporary talent if you have determination left.
I do not have a determination left. I've got yeah.
Man, I really should not have
call
left
back-
you guys.
I would have died.
I don't know. There's the potentially.
Challenge
That wasn't
something,
anything to do with engineering, though. It does have to do with the value I would use.
So you're talking about your milestone,
Yes.
which
shoot.
was to do sensor operations, data recovery, translations. You spent act with confidence even if you don't feel confident. Let me go double check
Like-
the.
The value's appropriate, but what was done isn't. So it's a probably not, but
Well, turn back the page and let me make a determination.
Yeah.
Okay, so the problem is, you would have to, be using one of the values already. So this is something you should have done when you spent your determination earlier. So
Oh, I see.
once during an adventure, when you choose to use one of your main character's values, you may call back to any previous adventure in your log where you use the same value and describe how that previous experience influenced what is happening and gain a point of determination.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I was using
So-
the. Yep.
Did you use the same value this episode
Nope.
earlier?
Because I used
Nope.
a mission directive.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Oh, that's good to know how that works, though. I was more going off of the other milestone system because I haven't fully read the book yet. I've been busy. Okay. Would this be count as circumventing a hazard? Potentially. Question mark.
Hazard of the dangerous data radiation shouldn't
Yes.
be here.
No, but there's been 2 different people who should have used that ability because of this dangerous streets. Both the doctor and the ops officer could have used that to get some momentum, and they didn't.
Oh well.
Oh.
Okay. So you
Okay.
have a 2. You've got a 12, I'm guessing, there? Ops?
I've got a 14 on the roll because it's a daring roll.
Okay.
But I've only got an engineering of 2.
Okay, so you've got a 14. I'd also have a 14 if I did the reading and I'd have a focus.
But
I almost assuredly don't have a focus and only have an engineering of 2, so I'm minimally helpful.
You'd only make 2 progress. Oh, that'd make no progress at all.
Yeah, there's resistance.
So I think our best hope is either
So
I do a roll and swift task to try and do it again at a higher difficulty.
I would
Hmm.
No, sorry, say that again.
I was saying I could do the roll and then try to swift task to do it again.
You could.
And that could be with the chief's assistance or without. It's just the chief doing anything would then require them to spend 2 to make any progress at all.
You could
Yeah.
also start out by spending 2 to create a trait to lower the resistance that's going to stick.
Oh,
That's going to
Oh, I
lower
like
that
that.
resistance for all 4 tasks y'all are about to try.
Yeah.
that is true.
Let's
Okay,
start
yeah,
with doing that.
yeah. Let's start with doing that.
So what's causing the resistance here, Jim?
Unfamiliar technology. This reactor should not be doing this.
All right.
And the reason the tech Inverni through her scans has and her reading has come to understand why this is a problem, but she's never seen this kind of reaction chamber before. This is not Federation technology.
Oh.
And Vernie is in fact still a guy.
And your character token was made intentionally to confuse me on that. You have admitted it, so I don't feel bad because this is what you wanted.
I enjoy chaos.
Maybe the 2 is that you're getting more familiar with it because you've been studying it and trying to figure out how it works. Plus, you heard something from the guy.
I was gonna suggest that this is for using like substandard dilithium. I might be familiar with a procedure like that from the war, honestly.
I was also gonna say you're a
Yeah.
frontier colony person, right?
Yeah, also that.
Yeah. So while Annie has definitely
I might
not
know exactly
messed
what
around
this
with
is supposed to. Yeah.
Yeah. So a combination of from the war, it's just a combination of odd experiences being like, oh, we have an idea of what to start working with.
Yeah.
Combination of inspirations. It is not as unfamiliar as it could have been. Does that make sense, Winchester?
Yeah, I'm actively typing it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We just have to make sure that it is accepted by the GM. Okay, that said, I do feel like I have to give you a lot of threat, even if it is I get a free hit as it is.
You could also instead take the 2 free hits and make this a diff 0 and take the ops team and familiar with bad dilithium to make resistance 0. And just roll on a 0 diff with no resistance.
I like that idea.
Yeah, seems good.
Yeah, because it takes 2 to get an extra effect on it, so that's
yeah. The ops team can handle multiple things. They can be used in a different way.
Yep. No, that I like the lowering the resistance because that is, I feel like, a better economic choice if we're going on numbers.
Sometimes traits like the security team earlier only do a specific thing, but other times they can be applied to different ways.
That's it. I do still want to make a lot of momentum. So to the detriment of everyone, have a full mitt.
Yeah. No, it's a good bet. It's a good bet.
Yeah.
Because that momentum
necessarily to everyone's detriment. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if you shut this down, that solves the problem more or less.
Yeah. I mean, it gives us more room to solve the problem in an orderly manner.
Yep.
So. Oh my god. Anyway.
4 momentum?
Yeah, it's still 4 momentum. I don't have reroll capability, and we already determined Expedition Expert doesn't count for this.
So you're up to 14 of 20.
Okay.
And this will put it to
15 of 20.
And that would be 16.
We'll only do one of those.
And
there's a reason. Okay, cool. So I'm going to swift task with the other 2. Yeah. You see where I'm going now.
Yeah.
We're cooking. Okay. And then I'll have to full mitt you again. See, if this fails, that makes it really bad for you guys at the wall.
No,
That's a
we are
good
fully
thing.
engaged in a heroic last stand, the finest hour moment. So, like, either you fix this problem or it's not our problem anymore.
Well, I mean,
it's like a Napoleonic painting or something, right? Like
I'm about to get promoted.
Artana is like the mortally wounded sergeant who's been propped up against a tree with a musket or in this case a phaser type 3 and is just blasting away.
Well, I mean, I can delay just long enough for the captain to die so I get promoted, right?
You don't get
Wrong
promoted.
kind of
They
game for
recall the
that.
ship, they stick you somewhere else, and they pick someone off of
Yeah.
the station.
You've got Dr. Tyr like in the painting as the like angel like flying at the angle that's completely impossible.
Yeah.
And reach down towards the earth.
All right,
Oh,
Swift Task
brilliant.
did raise it from 0 to 1, so that is 5 momentum. This gets you to 19.
2 for 20.
And hold on, because you get your breakthrough first.
We have to spend the 2 to get to the 20 to get the breakthrough, right?
No, the breakthrough happens at 75%.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Huh.
I create the trait of maintenance specialist on the run.
What?
And
Yeah.
then
Guilty.
you spend your momentum to finish the progress, and you have
Yes.
fixed the reactor.
Do we
Almost
see the maintenance
like
specialist on the run?
in an instant, the other 3 of you see the dust cloud kind of dissipate as the herd moves on. They seem to entirely be following the radiation. They don't seem confused by this. It's not like they're trying to decide which way to go. They were only ever following the theta waves. And how many of there are you?
Yes.
In that scene too, technically.
Oh yeah, it's cheaper.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why separating people is good for you.
I spend.
Imagine my chagrin when everyone's all in the same place. Like, damn it, it's more expensive
4
to go away.
to end the scene.
Damn
No, I'm dead. No.
The
I was
maintenance
gonna go sprinting
specialist.
out to the maintenance specialist.
He's hiding out somewhere, and you don't have the time nor the legal authority to go find him. That's the colony's problem.
I think I know. That's got to be the people on the gas giant from last episode who were acting all cagey. They must have sabotaged the colony and then screwed off to space.
Or that idiot plugged something and he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
Okay, they might be unrelated, but for a brief second, I thought I could like see the code of the Matrix, and I'd figured it all out.
It's a possibility.
It's very possible,
but let's not call it a certainty.
Okay.
Why don't let's see. Captain.
I am putting alcohol in this coffee.
Give me insight, engineering. Normally diff 2.
Oh, whoops.
But because of unfamiliar technology, we're going to make it diff 3. Unfamiliar languages on the coding of the component. We're going to make it difficulty 4. Let's see, what else can I do to pick on you? Because this is probably the last roll.
Well, with a focus in diagnostics count.
Also, technically, my injury does need to be treated.
If you're saying that you've taken possession of the bad reaction chamber.
Sure. Okay. And I have 100 years of knowledge as a trait.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh,
Let me. I'm trying to spend 9 momentum to mess with you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you weren't done.
Yes, I have given the GM the power to mess up for the captain as the XO.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Captain.
You don't sound.
It was
sorry.
this or an enraged beast using tusks on you.
Been promoted.
No. I mean, I'm fine with it, but yeah.
Don't worry, it lines up with another value. Embrace the absurdity of existence.
So while others might be checking in on the chief master at arms, you are in your quarters writing up the report, and I'm going to spend 4 threat before you even make the task to do a reveal. And you have learned something that you had not expected to face.
Mm-hmm.
Something that you and Starfleet both had hoped was not true.
Mm-hmm.
And that is ingrained corruption.
Oh no.
Several of the colonies out here have been left to their devices unsupported by their homeworlds or Starfleet for so long that they have gone from we'll do a little corruption to survive to forgetting why they were doing it in the first place. Like they forgot why they started making bad deals with smugglers and pirates, and now it's just something they do. Right? The maintenance specialist, you might look at the maintenance logs and see, yeah, 3 years ago, as the war was kicking off, he had no option but to get a little some bad dilithium from a group of smugglers. He had an option when he replaced the dilithium 3 weeks ago, and he didn't need to do that. But right, hawking off the dilithium, the Federation is that they're sending from the homeworld of Earth, right, and pocketing some credits while then using a fraction of those credits to buy bad dilithium, right? He doesn't need to do that anymore, but he has because he's become so used to it.
It's become self-perpetuating, institutional, cultural.
Yeah. And
fun. Awesome.
Not those ones, I think. A little more dire than that. I'm not saying I'm in on it. I'm just saying I understand.
I mean, yeah, it's a colony. You do what you gotta, and sometimes.
Okay. You can go be sympathetic down there then.
Hey, I still have my job. No, I'm staying where the med bay works.
Look, I got off of a colony, and I don't intend to go back.
Exactly. So
Hey, my colony is working just fine. They just need better colonial security.
Dolores joined Starfleet because she was bored of life on the metropole of Vulcan. So she's all like, how peculiar and interesting. Well, when in Rome.
I'm going to spend another 4 to create a potency 2 trait of
Jesus.
unconcerned captain. Failing at your investigation here not only fails to find the information you're looking for, but getting so engrossed in it when a very valuable, important member of your crew is injured and you not taking the time to go look into that might make the crew think you're a little bit heartless.
Well, I mean, clearly you're just prioritizing your duties. The Vulcan, right?
Yeah, the Vulcans are chill with you. Everyone else isn't.
I'm okay with this reputation. Solaris is fine with the reputation of being heartless if that's what it takes for the crew to do their jobs.
Which is why you might do this task, right? Another captain may just decline the task and not accept that risk. Right? So this, insight engineering, because of the trait, it's gone up to diff 4. And failure will give you the permanent trait of perceived heartlessness. You may not actually be heartless to the crew, but they think you are. But that's only if you fail.
Okay.
So this is the captain's report, correct?
This is the captain's investigation into the gizmo.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask if, as the XO, could potentially assist if needed.
You open yourself up to the same trait if you fail.
All right. Focus and diagnostics.
Yes.
All right. Do we have any momentum?
3.
We have 3. All right. 3 momentum. Excuse me. Cautious command, mind meld, what? None of those matter. 100 years of knowledge as a trait. I know a lot of random things over the course of my life.
Did you write her ever being a smuggler or living on a far off colony?
Nope.
Then no.
Okay. All right. Then I'll roll flat. Or not flat. I'll roll. Okay. First officer, are you interested in assisting or are you pulling out? You're allowed to pull out here.
I'd need to get 2 hits. I'd need to crit.
You do have mental discipline if the emotional aspect's screwing with you.
I don't think so. I think she's choosing logic over emotion here. That's why she's engaging in this. It's the perceived heartlessness that's a problem here, not the actual heartlessness.
So, the difficulty.
I thought it was up in the difficulty. That's why I was worried.
No, because so it's not. Solaris isn't being held back because she's afraid of being perceived as heartless. She's being held. The difficulties coming from she knows how terrible that could be for a captain. It's not that she's being overly emotional about the prospect. A cold and logical understanding of the situation would tell her that that being perceived by the crew that way would be terrible. Not just for her emotional state, but also her command of the ship could break down. So mental discipline it wouldn't help because being cold and logical would still tell her the same result.
As long as it's not affecting the difficulty, that's all I was worried about.
Yeah.
Oh no, it is affecting the difficulty. That's why it's diff 4.
GM, could I accept like I don't know the exact word for it because I don't have the page pulled up, but could I accept the trait as like a penalty on like logic is at the beginning of wisdom, not the end, or I give nothing but the best to my crew and I expect nothing but the same, so I can spend that determination on a reroll? Because that's kind of what I'm doing here is putting my values over.
The problem is challenging or being forced to comply does give you determination, but only after the task is finished.
Okay.
So you could do that if you wanted to re-roll one of your values and you had some use for that determination. But I
Okay,
can't
I see what you mean.
really offer a comply because that would have been before you rolled.
Okay, I understand. In that case, then. Well, okay. What am I doing? I get one free reroll from Cautious. I'm sorry.
Now is the XO willing?
You don't have to take this gamble if you don't want to. I'm fine with the Heartless Commander reputation.
So it's engineering.
Yes.
It is insight engineering. You could sell me on something else if you had a good argument, though.
Because you're assisting.
Okay. So if the assist is from the direction of not directly helping the captain's investigation, it's giving being the person going between the captain and the crew as the XO, that is exactly his job, and making sure that there is still a felt link or connection of, yes, they care, they're just occupied. Like, they have to do their duty, but I am being their
That's going to be presence command.
I have a 14 on that, and I have both mediation or inspiration as focuses.
Mediation, right?
Yeah.
The captain does spend several days locked away in her quarters before ever, going to see the injured crew member. But for some reason, even on this small ship, the crew doesn't notice, because every time they turn around, Invernie's there telling them, the captain said this, the captain said that. So they feel like the captain is ever present, even though she's been secluded in her cabin for 3 days.
Oh,
Oh
let's
my
try.
god.
Let's try
my
here for you,
god.
Captain.
Thank you.
Bam.
The Emperor
and I
does
crit
have
anyway.
clothes. The Emperor's new clothes are awesome.
This is stupid.
The talking with the hands does all of it.
Any question you have, because the momentum's probably going to go away and you have 2 of it.
Well, okay, first of all,
free,
what do I learn? Yeah, okay.
So ask the question again, because it's been so long since you asked me what we were rolling about. I forgot what we were rolling about.
We were trying to figure out the origin, make, and model of the thing.
Whose fault is this? Because they're the ones who have the thing.
Okay.
Right?
We know whose fault it is, but we want to know like where it came from, because this seems to be an intentional piece of sabotage.
It's not sabotage. It is just using poor quality components.
Okay.
This
criminal negligence
represents a smuggling operation Starfleet hasn't encountered yet, which is not me pushing. This is not me saying there's no answer to this. That's me. That is the honest, full information. You've learned about a smuggling operation that Starfleet doesn't know about.
Okay.
And then, because of Invernie's trait of informatology, Invernie knows that the mathematic and engineering symbols on the on this reaction chamber are consistent with the language of that alien species from the gas giant.
Hey, look, your suspicion.
Oh, my suspicions were right. Okay.
Which is theories are just patterns in the chaos. So
Yeah. So what we're noticing here is there's a possibility that someone here bought faulty machinery from the aliens. Okay.
Smugglers. Alien smugglers. Yes.
Alien smugglers. Sure. Okay. Can I spend that momentum on the question of I don't know. Is there any like transaction like records of purchase? Is there any way to track this down to a source or anything?
No, because the maintenance specialist got away.
Like, he's stuck down there, but
But you don't know where he is, and it's not your legal responsibility or authority to find him. If he
Yeah.
happened to be right there, you might have been able to interject and help the colony out, and maybe the governor would have done you a solid and let you have legal jurisdiction. But you don't have enough legal jurisdiction to convince Starfleet Command that you should be here doing this and not out on your patrol.
All right, that makes sense.
So you get that momentum back.
Oh,
Okay, then I don't really have anything else to spend it on, so I guess it's to the med bay. Unless you have an idea.
I mean, there's obtained information spins, but there's also creating advantage. Then again, it's not really a continuing story unless we run into the smugglers again at some point as like a different episode later.
Who knows?
Yeah.
What's the
So I was
idea?
thinking
To create a trait or something?
Yeah, an advantage or a trait related to familiarity, even if it is just like a base level familiarity with this smuggler. Like any marks they might have on their product or any specific signatures in terms of determining where this stuff was sourced from. So it's like, oh, it's from here. Well, that's also where this smuggler gets all of his stuff. So it might be him again. Does that make sense?
or it might be from like a certain star system. It's like, well, we don't know what star system, but if we find that particular energy frequency, we know it's from this system. Why? We saw what they got it from. It can only come from this particular star, from this particular.
But we don't have the sourcing, but we've got a solid idea of what we're looking for if we run into something else again. We want to double check it against something.
Sure, right. In the Discord, you gained a trait of what? Smuggler Investigation 1 or something like that.
Yep.
And I'll pin it. And if we ever come into an episode where it matters, it'll apply for that episode.
I'll also add in brackets after that what the episode name is, just so that it's helpful for you if needed. Finger guns. I got your back, Captain. That could have gone so poorly.
And then,
yeah.
Actually, we'll close out a couple of days later as Aratana finally gets released from medical and is welcomed back into the chief's quarters. With any
let's do it.
Closing thoughts or seeing that Griffin or Aratana may have to say to each other about their experiences, about the, Aratana having been wounded, about the information y'all have learned or experiences y'all have had.
We have doubles.
Oh no.
Mirror universe.
Yeah, that's where my brain went immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that Aratana, despite the injury and despite the everything, like the visible scar on their face, he doesn't seem perturbed. Like he has cybernetic ears, so this is not the first time he's been horribly wounded. It's still frightening, but it's still um, the sort of resigned look of this has happened to him before. And one thing I might add, if the GM's okay with it, is that normally that severe a wound, like severity 4, takes like 4 hours to treat. But I would like to actually think that maybe the extra days was the chief taking personal like leave time, where it's like, no, I'm saying I need mental time to recover from this because I'm not dealing with this mentally.
That's fine. Yeah, I assumed that Tuir, and Tuir, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I assumed Tuir was the kind of physician to err on the side of keeping you in medbay longer than needed, rather than sending you out quick.
I mean, caution and all that.
I'll toss that you to her because that's more it's more how you would handle it. It would take at least 4 hours for me to be recovered, but being observed for at least a day or more might make sense. What do you say, Birdman?
Caca, doctor, caca.
Yes. Yes, me.
Yes, wondering if so. What I was saying was that normally it would have taken me only 4 hours at least 4 hours to recover from the injury, but I've been in medbay for a while, so part of that time may have been you keeping me just to be extra cautious. But I was also saying narratively, I might have taken more than the time that you allotted for mental leave, where I felt kind of shook, and I kind of took time in your medbay to meditate and collect myself again.
Yes, that would be fine. I assuming that the space is not needed for more serious injuries.
No, there are no injuries of that caliber any time.
Then yeah, I see no reason.
Just don't want to god mode you. Yeah.
I think when Aratana comes back into the chief's quarters, Griffin will throw them a salute, kind of. It's very loose. It's not at all a military salute. Not that Starfleet even does those. And say, glad to have you back with us, Chief. I guess my underground gambling ring is gonna have to wait.
Not unless you cut me in first.
15%.
Make it 25 and we'll see. Settle in.
You got yourself a deal there.
I give a cautious look at the senior chief, and I'll kind of ask to speak with your character name. Who are you? I kind of try to gesture for Gwendolyn to kind of come out in the hall with me.
Yeah, I'll step out.
And I'll just kind of pace around, making sure no one's listening to us, sort of thing.
What's up?
It's beta shift. There's only 3 people, or there's only 4 people on duty, and none of them should be. You would actually have words with them if any of them were just walking the halls, right? 2 of them should be on the bridge, and 2 are supposed to be in engineering, unless there's a good reason not to be. Though, who knows if the captain may just like randomly step out of her quarters, so it's not permanently private, but it should be for a little while.
The thing is, she's not stepping out of her quarters because she's very interested by the strange box. This is an oopsie moment, Eritana, because the captain has almost completely forgotten that you suffered the very serious injury and is entirely focused on the weird box.
Huh.
But yeah, y'all stepped out into the hallway, and it should be quiet for a little while.
Hey, what's up?
Chief, have you served with the lieutenant commander for very long?
No. Only met her when I came aboard the Andromeda.
I didn't want to say this around the senior chief, because if he hears what I'm about to say, he might say something up, but...
Right, strictly between us then.
Nod. We have got to keep a very close eye on our captain. What she did today nearly got a lot of good people. I mean, some of that's a bit of bitterness for me. I'll acknowledge that. But this ain't my first near brush with death. That happens. That's what happens when you take on a red shirt. Or a red jumper, I guess. I'm going to tell you something. That we need to look out for the crew. Because I get this funny feeling that we may have a bit of a grandstanding captain on our hands. And grandstanding captains got people killed in the war.
I didn't like the stunt about not wearing armor, that's for sure. That was a stunt, right? You should have been in something.
I will caution that while Starfleet is a more egalitarian service, it still does have that thread of military ethics running through it. And there is a very fine line that currently y'all are walking, but there's a very fine line before one or both of you could get dinged with acting unethically. Not yet, right? Because y'all haven't crossed that line.
Yeah.
Just to remind you
that's part of why I pulled us out from the senior chief. Like, no, that puts him in a weird spot. He'd have to do something.
Yeah. Is this are these actions becoming of an officer? Maybe not, but I'm not an officer. So the standard's a little different. Not completely different. A little different.
But I'd want you to understand, I'm not saying she ain't qualified. One doesn't get to a lieutenant commander or command of a ship by being reckless, but sometimes people get a little too brave. So it's on us to advise as best we can. And if she ignores us, she ignores us. But we have to speak up and be loud. If I was louder, if I convinced her more, if I made a better argument, if I just stood there and stood my ground, maybe things would have turned differently. I suggest you might have to do the same. That's all I'm saying.
Look, I'm more than willing to speak my mind whenever I'm allowed to, but I'm not going to go off and disobey any orders or anything. But yeah, no. I've had that once or twice before. Flight leader who just didn't know when to quit. She'll cross herself after saying that.
All right.
You know, all we can do is be vigilant, right?
Someone has to be. I'll see you back in the quarters. I'm going to go down and calibrate the phaser array. Can't really sit down. I can't stand sitting down for another minute longer than I have to, so wait till I feel a bit more tired before I come back.
Oh, I get that. Need to burn off that excess energy.
I tilt my head at you and give you a pat on the arm before I start heading to the weapons room. So I basically stay up a bit longer than normal. Letting my steam. I'm finding a productive and healthy outlet from when.
And that's where we end the second part of the first episode. Let's see, into false signals.
We
Yeah, it's a
finished.
season opener. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
season
was wondering
opener.
when we're going to finish.
I got to do a thing.
But
Yay.
with all that, I think as the episode's over, we'll close here because there's other stuff we'll be doing, but that takes a bit of time, and we may not do it all here anyway. So for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so, and hopefully see you all next time in our actual second episode. Bye.
Ciao.
God,
Adios?
I just realized, God damn it, I got that extra determination. I didn't spend any of it.